Book 2, Chapter 9. Monday, 12:08 a.m. The massive hulk of Daedalus I was being towed slowly through the hangar doors, now open to their full 250-foot span. As it rolled out, the titanium composite skin glistened in the fluorescent lights of the hangar, then acquired a ghostly glow under the pale moonlight. First came the pen-sharp nose containing the navigational gear, radar, and video cameras for visible light and infrared. Next, the massive rammed jet scramjets, 6 beneath each swept-back, blunt wing. And finally, the towering tail assembly, twin vertical stabilizers positioned high and outboard to avoid blanketing from the fuselage. The tow truck drivers and watching technicians all thought it was the most beautiful creation they had ever seen. This would be Yuri Androv's last scheduled test flight before he took the vehicle hypersonic. In 4 more days, he wore a full pressure suit and an astronaut style. IF support unit rested next to him. As he finished adjusting the cockpit seat, he monitored the rollout on his liquid crystal helmet screens, calling up the visual display that provided pre-takeoff and lineup checks of the instruments. Not surprisingly, the numbers were nominal, all hydraulic pressures stable, all temperatures ambient. As usual, the Japanese technicians had meticulously executed their own pre-flight prep, poring over the vehicle with their computerized checklists. Everything was in the green. All the same, this moment always brought a gut-tightening blend of anticipation and fear. This was the part he dreaded most in any test flight, when he was strapped in the cockpit but without operational control. He lived by control, and this was one of the few times when he knew he had none. It fed all the adrenaline surging through him, pressed his nerves to the limit. He flipped a switch under his hand and displayed the infra-red cameras on his helmet screens, then absently monitored the massive white trucks towing him onto the darkened tarmac. The landing lights along the runway were off. They would be switched on only for final approach, when, guided by the radar installation, their focused beams would be invisible outside a 100-yard perimeter of the nose cameras. The asphalt beneath him, swept by the freezing winds of Hokkaido, was a special synthetic, carefully camouflaged. He knew it well. 2 nights earlier, he'd come out here to have a talk with the project Kuriravat, Ivan Semenovich Lermontov, the lean and wily Soviet officer in charge. Formerly, that post had belonged to the CSU's official spy, but now party control was supposed to be a thing of the past. So what was he doing here? Whatever it was, the isolated landing strip had seemed the most secure place for some straight answers. As they strolled in the moonlight, the harsh gale off the strait cutting into their skin, he demanded Lermontov tell him what was really going on. By the time they were finished, he'd almost wished he hadn't asked. Yuri Andreevich, on this project you are merely the test pilot. Your job is to follow orders. Lermontov had paused to light a Russian cigarette, cupping his hands against the wind to reveal his thin, fox-like face. He was a hardliner left over from the old days, and occasionally it still showed. Strategic matters, would not concern you. I was brought in late, only 4 months ago after the prototypes were ready for initial flight testing. But if I'm flying the Daedalus, then I want to know its ultimate purpose. The truth. Nobody's told me anything. The only thing I'm sure of is that all the talk about near-space research is bullshit, which means I'm being used. He had caught Lermontov's arm and drew him around. The officer's eyes were half hidden in the dark. Now, damn it, I want to know what in hell is the real purpose of this vehicle. Lermontov had grunted, then pulled away and drew on his cigarette. Finally, he spoke. Yuri Andreevich, sometimes it's wiser to leave strategy to the professionals. You do your job and I'll do mine. Yuri remembered how he'd felt his anger boil. He'd begun to suspect that certain CSU hardliners like Lermontov, together with the military or the KGB, had their own plans for the vehicle. But what were they up to? Look, I'm doing my job, so how about a little openness, a little glasnost? This is not supposed to be like the old days. Lermontov had drawn a few paces ahead on the tarmac, walking briskly, with the quick energy that had brought him to his powerful party post. Finally, he'd slowed and waited for Yuri to catch up. He had made a decision, and he had made it quickly. That was characteristic. Yuri Andreevich, in a way you represent part of our tech? Knowledge exchange with Mino Industries. You have an indispensable role to play here. This whole program depends on you. I'm well aware of that. However, it hadn't answered his questions. Then you should also be aware of something else. This undertaking is a small but highly crucial part of something much larger. Nothing less than the fate of the Soviet Union in the next century rests on whether Project Daedalus succeeds. What do you mean? Yuri had watched him walk on, feeling his own impatience growing. Lermontov had turned back again, brusquely. This hypersonic spacecraft is the symbol, the flagship, of a new Soviet alliance with the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. Even a boy like you should be able to grasp that. Through this alliance, we eventually will find a way to tap all of Japan's new technology. The world of the future, advanced semiconductors, robots, biotechnology, superconductivity, all of it is going to be controlled by Japan, and we must have access to it. Yuri had listened in silence, once more feeling he was being fed half-truths. Then Lermontov lowered his voice. Yuri Andreevich, by forming what amounts to a strategic alliance with Mino Industries, we will achieve two objectives. We will gain access to Japanese technology and capital to rejuvenate Soviet industry and placate our people. And we will strike a preemptive blow, against the peril of a new China on our borders in the next century. China? Yuri had studied him, startled. My friend, don't be fooled by summits and talks of reconciliation. Neither we nor China care a kopeck about the other. Think about it. In the long run, China can only be our nightmare. If America had to look across its Canadian border and see China, they too would be terrified. China has the numbers and soon the technology to threaten us. It's the worst nightmare you or I could ever have. Lermontov had paused to crush out his cigarette, grinding it savagely into the asphalt. We must prepare for it now. The hardliners have just found a new enemy, Yuri had realized. The cold. Or lives? Like it or not, Lermontov had continued. And just between us, I'm not sure I do like it. We have no choice but to turn to Japan in order to have an ally in Asia to counter the new, frightening specter of a hostile China rising up on our flank. So how does Daedalus figure into all this? As I said, it is the first step in our new alliance. From now on, our space programs will be united as one. He had sighed into the icy wind. It will be our mutual platform for near-Earth space exploration. With only peaceful intent. Yuri had tried to study his eyes, but the dark obscured them. I've told you all you need to know. A match had flared again as he lit another cigarette. In the tiny blaze of light, he gave a small wink. Even though the Daedalus could easily be converted to a first strike platform, we naturally have no intention of outfitting these prototypes or later production models for any such purpose. The Japanese would never agree. What had he been saying? That the hardliners were planning to seize the vehicles and retrofit them as first-strike bombers, maybe even make a preemptive strike against China? Were they planning to double-cross the Japanese? What they didn't seem to realize was that these vehicles didn't need to be retrofitted. Daedalus was already faster and more deadly than any existing missile. It couldn't be shot down. Not by America's yet-to-be-built SDI, not by anything. And speed was only part of the story. What about the vehicle's other capabilities? He switched his helmet screens momentarily to the infrared cameras in the nose and study. The runway, infrared, pure military, and that was just the beginning. There also was phased array radar and slit-scan radar, both equipped for frequency hopping and squirt emissions to evade detection. And how about the radar? Altimeter, which allowed subsonic maneuvering at low altitudes, on the deck. Or the auxiliary fuel capacity in the forward bay, which permitted long-distance sustained operation. No space platform needed all this radar evasive weapon systems management capability, or a hyper-accurate inertial navigation system. Kick in the scramjets and Daedalus could climb 100,000 miles straight up in 7 minutes. Re-enter the lower atmosphere at will, loitero. For an area, kick-ass, then return to the untouchable safety of space. There was enough cruise missile capacity to take out 50 hardened sites. It could perform troop surveillance, deploy commandos to any firefight on the globe in 2 hours. Who name it? He also suspected there was yet another feature, even more ominous, which he planned to check out tonight. While the Soviet military was secretly drooling to get its hands on this new bomber, sending the cream of Soviet propulsion engineers here to make sure it worked, they already had been outflanked. Typical idiocy. What they'd overlooked was that these 2 planes still belonged to Mino Industries, and only Mino Industries had access to the high-temperature sear. Amix and titanium composites required to build more. Tanzan Mino held all the cards. He surely knew the capabilities of this plane. Everything was already in place. Mino Industries now owned the ultimate weapon. They had built or subcontracted every component. Was Lemontov such a dumb party hack he couldn't see that? All the more reason to get the cards on the table. And soon, so far the plan was on track. He had demanded that the schedule be moved up. And Aikta had reluctantly agreed. In 4 days, Yuri Androv would take Daedalus into the region of near space using liquid hydrogen, the first full hypersonic test flight. And that's when he intended to blow everybody's Nietzsche. Area wide open. He felt the fuselage shudder as the trucks disengaged from the eyelets on the landing gear. Then the radio crackled. "This is Control, Daedalus I. Do you read? Daedalus I. Per-flight nominal. Verified. Engine. Oil now heated to 30 degrees Celsius. Begin ignition sequence. Check. Daedalus I starting engines." He scanned through the instrument readings on his helmet screens, then slipped his hand down the throttle quadrant and pushed the button on the left. He could almost feel the special low flashpoint JP-7, originally developed for the high-altitude American SR-71 Blackbird, begin to flow from the wing tanks into the 12 turboramjets, priming them. Then the ground crew engaged the engines with their huge trolley-mounted starters. As the RPM began to surge, he reminded himself he was carrying only 2,100,000 pounds of fuel, and it would burn fast. He switched his helmet screens to the Priority 1 display and scanned the master instrument panel. White bars showing engine RPM, fuel flow, turbine inlet temperature, exhaust temperature, oil pressure, hydraulics. Then he cut back to the infrared cameras and glanced over the tarmac stretching out in front of him. Since the American KH-12 satellite had passed 20 minutes earlier, flight conditions should now be totally secure. For tonight's program, he was scheduled to take the vehicle to Mach 4, then terminate the JP-7 feeds in the portside outboard Trident, and let those 3 engines unstart, after which he would manually switch them to scramjet geometry. While controlling pitch and yaw with the stability augmentation equipment. That would be the easy part. The next step required him to manually switch them back to turboramjet geometry and initiate restart. At 63,000 feet, 40 minutes later he was scheduled to have her back safely in the hangar chocks, skin cooling, nothing to it. He flipped his helmet screens back and looked over the readouts one final time. Fuel pressure was stable, engine NASA. Control switches locked in auto alpha configuration, flaps and slats set to 15 degrees for max performance takeoff. He ran through the checklist on the screen. Fuel panel check, radar altimeter index set, throttle, quadrant, auto lock. The thrust required to take Daedalus I airborne was less than that needed for a vertically launched space shuttle, since lift was gained from the wings. But still, he was always amazed by the G-forces the vehicle developed on takeoff. The awesome power at his fingertips inspired a very deceptive sense of security. Chase cars in place, Yuri. You're cleared for taxi. Ni Puzha ni Pira, he started to respond, thinking it was the computer. But this time there was no computer. He deliberately shut it down. If he couldn't get this damned Samoliot off a runway manually, he had no hopes for the next step. The voice was merely Sergei in flight control. Power to military thrust. He paused, toes on the brakes, and relished the splendid isolation, the pure energy at his command as Daedalus began to quiver. Multibillions at his fingertips, the most advanced. Fuck it. This was the fun part. Brake release. In full and stick, he rammed the heavy handles on the throttle quadrant to lock, commanding engines to max afterburner, and grinned ear to ear as the 12 turboramjets screamed instantly to 1,000,000 pounds of thrust, slamming him against the cockpit. Apports, Sunday 7:29 p.m. We are now cruising at 29,000 feet. However, the captain has requested all passengers to please remain seated with their seat belts fastened. The female voice faltered as the plane ropped through another air pocket. We may possibly be experiencing mild turbulence for the next hour. Michael Vance wanted a drink for a lot of reasons. However, the service in first class was temporarily suspended, since attendance on the British Airways flight to London were themselves strapped into the flip-down seats adjacent to the 757's galley. The turbulence was more than mild. What lay ahead, in the skies and on the sea below, was nothing less than a major storm. Why not, he sighed. Everything else in the last 4 days had gone wrong. He'd been shot at, he'd killed a mobster, and Eva had been kidnapped. Furthermore, the drive back to Athens, then down to the port of Piraeus to put Zeno onto the overnight ferry to Crete, had been a rain-swept nightmare. Yet another storm had blown up from the Aegean, engulfing the coast and even the mountains. When they finally reached the docks at Piraeus, the old Greek had just managed to slip onto the boat as it was pulling out, his German rifle wrapped in a soggy bundle of clothing. Michael, I must hurry. He kissed Vance on both cheeks. Be safe. You too. He took his hand, then passed him the llama, glad to be rid of it and half wondering whether he might need it again. Here, take this, and lose it. Its final resting place will be in the depths of our wine-dark sea, my friend. Zeno pocketed it without a glance. No one will know what we had to do, not even Adriana. But we failed. She is still gone. Don't worry, I'll find her, and thank you again for saving my life. You would have done the same for me. Now hurry, the airport. Perhaps there's still time to catch her. With a final embrace, he disappeared into the milling throng of rain-soaked travelers. The downpour was letting up, but the trip still took almost an hour. When he finally pulled in at the aging Eastern Terminal, he'd left the car in the first space he could find and raced in. It was bedlam now, with flights backed up by the storm, but he saw no sign of Eva. Where was she? Had she even come here? Planes had just started flying again. According to the huge schedule board over the center of the floor, the first departure was a British Air to Heathrow, leaving in 5 minutes. There was no chance of getting through passport control without a ticket, so he'd elbowed his way to the front of the British Airways desk. That flight boarding, 371, I want a seat. I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to wait. Just sell me a ticket, damn it. The harried agent barely looked up. I'm afraid that's out of the question. Now if you'll just take, there's a woman who may be on it. He lifted up the empty leather suitcase, and she left this at the hotel. The equipment is already preparing to leave the gate. He glanced at the screen, then turned to a pile of tickets he was methodically sorting. So if you'd please, let me check the manifest. He'd stepped over the baggage scale, nudging the agent aside. To make double sure she's aboard, maybe I can try and locate her in London. Sir, the young Englishman paled. You're not allowed to. Just take a second. Vance ignored his protest and punched up the flight on the computer. It was a 757, completely full. And there she was in seat 18A, second cabin. Thank God she'd made it. While the outraged British Airways agent was frantically calling for airport security, he scanned more of the file. Alex Novosty was aboard too. In the very last row. Christ, he'd even used his own name. His mind must be totally blown, did she know? Did he know? What now? With the ticket agent still yelling, he'd quickly disappeared into the crowd, having no choice but to pace a departure lounge for an hour and a half, then take the only remaining London flight of the evening. All right, he'd thought after cooling down. Novosty wants to use you, maybe you can use him. But now he suspected things weren't going to be that simple. He remembered the 2 KGB opera. Tiv's Alex had shot and killed at Nassos. They'd been there to find Eva, which meant they knew she had something. Now he realized that wasn't all they knew. Across the aisle in first class sat a tall, willowy woman who radiated all this elf confidence of a seasoned European traveler. She was also elegantly beautiful with dark eyes, auburn hair, and pursed red lips, and she carried a large brown leather purse, Florentine. She could have been a French fashion model, a high-paid American cosmetics executive, a Spanish diplomat's mistress. The problem was, Vance knew, she was none of those things. The French passport he'd seen her brandish at the Greek behind the glass windows at immigration control was a forgery. She was neither French nor American nor Spanish. She was an executive vice president with Techmashimport, the importing cover for Tea Directorate. KGB, Vera Karanova was always a prominent presence at Wester. And trade shows. But there was no trade show in London now. No new high-tech toys to be dangled before the wondering eyes of Techmashimport, which routinely arranged to try and obtain restricted computers, surveillance gear, weapons systems, blueprints, so wise comrade Karanova on this flight, off to buy a designer dress at a Sloane Street boutique. Catch the latest West End musical. How about the simplest answer of all? She's going to help them track Alex Novosty to Earth, or grab Eva, or both. They're about to tighten the noose, so the nightmare was still on. The KGB must have had the airport under surveillance and somebody spotted Novosty, or was it Eva, getting on the British Air flight? A London. Now they were closing in. Does she know me? Vance wondered. My photo's in their files somewhere, surely. But she'd betrayed no hint of recognition, so maybe not. He'd always worked away from the limelight as much as possible. Once more it had paid off. As the plane dipped and shuddered from the turbulence, he watched out of the corner of his eye as she lifted the fake French passport out of her open leather handbag, now nestled in the empty seat by the window, and copying the number onto her landing card. Very unprofessional, he thought. You always memorize the numbers on a forgery. First rule. Tea Directorate's getting sloppy these days. He waited till she'd finished, then leaned over and ran. His hand roughly down the arm of her blue silk blouse. Eats-vous aller à Londres pour du commerce? He deliberately made his French as American-accented as possible. Comment? She glanced up, annoyed, and removed his hand. Excuse. C'est moi que dites-vous? D'affaires? He grinned and craned to look at the front of her open neckline. Business? Oui, yes. She switched quickly to English, her relief almost too obvious. Get over there often, he pushed, from time to No fooling, lady. You've been in London 4 times since '88 by actual count, setting up phony third-party pass-through deals. Just business, huh? He grinned again, then looked up at the liquor service being unveiled in the gall. The turbulence had subsided slightly, and the attendants were trying to restore normality, at least in first class. What do you say to a drink? She beckoned the approaching steward, hoping to outflank this obnoxious American across the aisle. Vodka and tonic, please. Same as the ladies having, pal. He gave the young Englishman a wink and a thumbs-up sign, then turned back. By the way, I'm booked in at the Holiday Inn over by Marble Arch. Great room service. Aw. Most like home. You staying around there? No. She watched the steward pour her drink. Sorry to hear that. I was wondering, maybe we do these business trips of yours include taking some time off. Let you in on a secret, just between you and me. I know this little club in Soho where they have live, he winked. I got a membership. Tell you one thing, there's nothing like it in Chicago. I'm afraid I'll be busy. Too bad. He drew on his drink, then continued. It'd long stay this trip, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Warner. William J. Warner. Friends call me Bill. Mr. Warner, I've had a very trying day, so if you don't mind, I'd like to attempt to get some rest. Sure, you may. Make yourself comfortable now. He watched as she shifted to the window seat, as far as possible from him, and stationed her leather handbag onto the aisle side. Just then, the plane hit another air pocket, rattling the liquor bottles in the alley. Maybe we'll catch up with each other in London, he yelled. Most unlikely. She glared as she gulped the last of her drink, then carefully rotated to the window and adjusted her seat to full recline. Her face disappeared. Good riddance. After that, the flight went smoothly for a few minutes, and Michael Vance began to worry. But then the turbulence resumed, shutting down drink service as their puny airplane again became a toy rattle in the hands of the gods. 30,000 feet. Over the Mediterranean, buffeted by the powerful, unseen gusts of a spring storm. For a moment, he found himself envying Zeno, who had only the churning sea to face. Almost hesitantly, he unbuckled his seat belt and pulled himself up, balancing with one hand as he reached in the air to grapple drunkenly with the overhead baggage compartment. "Sir," the steward yelled down the aisle, "I'm sorry, but you really must remain. Take it easy, chum. I just need to another." A burst of turbulence slammed the wings, tossing the cabin in a sickening lurch to the left. Now. He lunged backward, flinging his hand around to catch the leather purse and sweep it, appended, onto the floor. With a clatter, the contents sprayed down the aisle. Comrade Karanova popped alert, reaching out too late to try and grab it. Her eyes were shooting daggers. "Oh, sorry about that. Damned thing just here, let me try and—" He bent over, blocking her view as he began. Sweeping up the contents off the carpeted aisle: cosmetics, keys, and documents. The name in the passport was Helena Alsace. Inside the boarding packet was a hotel reservation slip issued by an Athens travel agent. The Savoy. Well, looks like T-Directorate travels first class everywhere these days, learning the ways of the capitalist West. Here you go. Never understood why women carry so much junk in their purse. He was settling the bag back onto a seat. "Sure, I'm sorry about that. Maybe I can buy you dinner to make amends, or how about trying out that room service I told you about?" "That will not be necessary, Mr. Warner." She reached for the bag. "Well, just in case I'm in the neighborhood. What hotel you staying at?" "The Connaught," she answered without a blink. "Great. I'll try and make an excuse to catch you there." "Please, just let me." She leaned back again, arms wrapped around her purse and firmly closed her eyes. The Savoy, he thought again. Just my luck. That's where / always stay. Monday, 9:43 a.m. "Michael, I can't tell you how happy I am to hear from you, old man. We must have lunch today." The voice emerged from the receiver in the crisp diction of London's financial district, the city, even though the speaker had been born on the opposite side of the globe. Vance noticed it betrayed a hint of unease. "Are you by any chance free around noon? We could do the chat." "I think I can make it." He took a sip of coffee from the Strand Palace's cheap porcelain cup on the breakfast cart and leaned back. He'd known the London financial scene long enough to understand what the invitation meant. Lunch? In the private upstairs dining rooms of the city's ruling merchant banks was the deepest gesture of personal confidence. It was a ritual believed to have the magical power to engender trust and cooperation, cementing a deal, stroking an overly inquisitive journalist, soothing a recalcitrant labor politician. We had him to lunch, often substituted for a character reference in the city, a confirmation that the individual in question had passed muster. Superb. Kenji. Nagami was trying hard to sound British. "What say you pop round about 1-ish? I'll make sure my table is ready." Can we meet somewhere outside today? "Anywhere but at the bank." "Pleasure not business, Michael, but that's how business works in this town, remember? It masquerades as pleasure. We new boys have to have our perks these days, just like the old boys." He laughed. "Well then, how about that ghastly pub full of public school jobbers down by the new Letta? Hull Market, know it. We could pop in for a pint. Nobody you or I know would be caught dead drinking there. Across from that broker's club, right? That's the one. It's bloody loud at lunch, but we can still talk." Another laugh. "Matter of fact, I might even be asking a trifling favor of you, old man, so you'd best be warned." What's a small favor between enemies? See you at 1. On the dot. As he cradled the receiver and poured the last dregs of caffeine into his cup, he listened to the blare of horns on the Strand and wondered what was wrong with the conversation that had just ended. Simple. Kenji Nagami was too quick and chipper, which meant he was worried. Why these days he should be on top of the world? He just acquired a controlling interest in the Westminster Union Bank, one of the top 10 merchant banks in the city, after an unprecedented hostile takeover. Was the new venture suddenly in trouble? Not likely. Nagami had brought in a crackerjack Japanese team and dragged the bank kicking and screaming into the lucrative Eurobond business, the issuing of corporate debentures in currencies other than that of a company's home country. Euro currencies and Eurobonds now moved in wholesale amounts between governments, central banks, and large multinational firms. The trading of Eurobonds was centered in London, global leader in foreign exchange dealing, and they represented the world's largest debt market. In addition, Nagami had aggressively stepped up Westminster Union's traditional merchant bank operations by financing foreign trade, structuring corporate finance deals, and underwriting new issues of shares and bonds. He also excelled in the new game of corporate takeovers. None of the major London merchant bankers, the Rothschilds, Schroders, Hambros, Barings, had originally been British, so maybe Kenji was merely following in the footsteps of the Rates. Vance did know he was a first-class manager, a paragon of Japanese prudence here in the new booming, go-go London financial scene. This town used to be one of Michael Vance's sentimental favorites, a living monument to British dignity, reserve, fair play. But today, it was changing fast. After the Big Bang, London had become a prisoner of the paper prosperity of its money changers, who'd been loosed in the temple. Thanks to them, the city, that square mile comprising London's old financial center, would never again be the same. After the Big Bang, the city had become a bustling beehive of brash, ambitious young men and women whose emblem, fittingly, seemed to be the outrageous new headquarters Lloyd had built for itself, a monstrous spaceship dropped remorselessly into the middle of Greek revival facades and Victorian respectability. It was, to his mind, like watching the new money give the finger to the old. The staid headquarters of the Bank of England up the way, that grand old lady of Threadneedle Street, now seemed a doddering dowager at a rock concert. All the same, he liked to stay near the city, close to the action. The Savoy, a brisk 10-minute walk from the financial district, was his usual spot. But since that was out of the question this time, he'd checked into the refurbished Strand Palace just across the street. Today, he had work to do. He had to get word to the Minogumi to back off, and he was tired of dealing with lieutenants and enforcers. Kaban. The time had come to go to the top, the Tokyo Oyabun. The game of cat and mouse had to stop. Tokyo knew how to make deals. It was time to make one. Kenji Nagami, he figured, was just the man. Nagami, a wiry executive with appropriately graying hair and a smile of granite, was a consummate tactician who'd survived in the global financial jungle for almost 3 decades. When the Japanese finally got tired of the British Financial Club playing school tie and bowler hats and old boy with them, shutting them out, they'd picked Nagami to handle the hostile takeover of one of the pillars of London's merchant banking community. Japan might still be afraid to go that route with the Americans, who loved to rattle protectionist sabers, but England didn't scare them a whit. In years gone by, such attempts to violate British class privilege were squelched by a few of the Eton grads of the city chipping in to undermine the hostile bid. These days, however, nobody had the money to scare off Japan. The game was up, and after the deregulation of Big Bang, wholesale pursuit of profit had become the city's guiding principle. Unfortunately, that turned out to be a game Kenji Nagami and his Shokin Geigoku Bank could play better than anybody in the world. Nagami saw himself as an advance man for the eventual Japanese domination of the globe's financial landscape. Maybe he was. Michael Vance knew him from a wholly different direction, now almost another life. In years gone by, Nagami had traveled with equal ease in 2 worlds, that of straight money, that of hot money. He'd always maintained the cover of a legitimate banker, but insiders knew he'd made his real fortune laundering Yakuza amphetamine receipts and importing small-caliber weapons. It was that second career that now made him the perfect pipeline for a message that needed to be delivered fast. Vance finished off the last of the coffee in his cup, then rose and strolled to the window to gaze down on the bustling Strand. The weather looked murky, typical for London. Where was Eva now? He wondered. What was she doing? Maybe she'd managed to lose Novosty and get back to thinking about the protocol. Well, he had some pressing business of his own, but the first thing was to try and find her. Maybe she was wondering right now how to get in touch with him. What places here had they been together, back in the old days? Maybe there was some location, the V&A, St. Paul's. Or how about a restaurant? What was that one she'd loved so much? The place the IRA shot up a few years back. At that moment, the white phone beside his bed interrupted his thoughts with its insistent British double chirp. He whirled around, startled. Who knew he was here? If it was the KGB or the Japanese mob, they wouldn't bother ringing for an appointment. Finally, after the fifth burst, he decided to reach for it. Probably just the desk, calling about the breakfast things. The voice was the last one he expected. Hello? Oh, darling. Eva? He almost shouted. Where the hell are you? You really must stop shooting people, you know, she lectured. You're getting to be a horrible menace to society. What? Michael. The voice hardened. Christ, what a mess. Are you okay? Yes, I think so. She paused to inhale. But I'm literally afraid to move. I think KGB got Alex. They're in Terminal 4 at Heathrow. He was trying to bluff them, though, so maybe he pulled it off. Anyway, they were so tied up I just slipped past. The hell with him. Where are? I don't dare take a step outside this room now. Let's meet tonight. Besides, I want to work on translating, you know. I rang a scholarly bookshop I used to order from, and they're delivering one of Ventress's books. Maybe I can make some headway. I already did a bit of it. I saw that in the files. A whole page. She laughed. Congratulations. Give me a break. It's been 10 years. Well, it looks like you're still able to fake the scholar bit, but just barely. Thanks. What do you think of it so far? Scary. Very scary, but we have to do more. Enough so we can go public. Exactly. Look, I've got to do a couple of things today. Can you? That's fine, because I want to work on this. She sounded businesslike again, her old self. Something to while away the empty hours. The saga inside my little zenith has got to be the ticket out of this madness. Maybe, but we need to put some more spin on the scenario, just to be safe. What? Not on the phone. Can you just sit tight, play your game, and let me take a shot at mine? It better be good. That remains to be seen. Who knew how it would go? But if it proceeded as planned, the whole thing could be turned around. Now, where the hell are you? The place we always stayed, of course, figuring you'd come here. But you stood me up, naturally. Same old Michael. So? This morning I started calling around. You mean you're at the Savoy, sweetie, our love nest of happy times past, right across the street. Book 2, Chapter 10. Monday, 6:32 p.m. Tanzan Mino was dressed in a black three-quarter-sleeved kimono, staring straight ahead as he knelt before the sword resting in front of him. His hands were settled lightly on his thigh. His face expressionless. Then he reached out and touched the scabbard, bowing low to it. Inside was a 12th-century katana, a 5-foot-long razor created by swordsmiths of the Mino school, from the town of Seki, near Gifu in the Har of Old Honshu. It was, he believed, a perfect metaphor for Japanese excellence and discipline. The sword had now been reverenced. Next he would use it to test his own centering. At this moment, his mind was empty, knowing nothing, feeling nothing. As his torso drew erect, he grasped the upper portion of the scabbard with his right hand, its tip with his left, and pulled it around to insert it into the black sash at his waist. He sat rigid for a moment, poised, then thrust his right foot forward as he simultaneously grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand, the upper portion of the scabbard with his left. In a lightning move, he twisted the hilt a half-turn and drew the blade out and across, his right foot moving into the attack stance. The whip of steel fairly sang through the empty air as the sword and his body moved together. It was the Chuden no Kami stroke, the tip of the blade thrust directly at an opponent's face, an exercise in precision balance. Rising to a half-kneel, he next lifted the sword above his head, his left hand moving up to seize the hilt in a powerful two-handed grip. An instant later he slashed downward with fierce yet controlled intensity, still holding the hilt at arm's length. It was the powerful Jodin no Kami stroke, known to sever iron. Finally, holding the hilt straight in front of him, he rotated the blade 90 degrees, then pulled his left hand back and grasped the mouth of the scabbard. As he rose to both feet, he raised the sword with his right hand and touched its tsuba handguard to his forehead in silent reverence, even as he shifted the scabbard forward. Then, in a single motion, he brought the blade around and caught it with his left hand just in front of the guard, still holding the scabbard. With ritual precision, he guided the blade up its full length until the tip met the opening of the sheath, and then he slowly slipped it in. This weapon, he reflected with pride, was crafted of the finest steel the world had ever seen, created by folding and hammering heated layers again and again, until it consisted of hundreds of thousands of paper-thin sheets. The metallurgy of Japan had been unsurpassed for 800 years, and now the Daedalus spaceplane had once again reaffirmed that superiority. Building on centuries of expertise, he had succeeded in fashioning the heretofore unknown materials necessary to withstand the intense heat of scramjet operation. The remaining problems now lay in another direction entirely. The difficulty was not technology, it was human blundering. Lack of discipline. The news he had just received had only served to assure him once again that discipline was essential in all of life. As he turned and stationed the sword across his desk, he surveyed his penthouse domain and understood why heads of state must feel such isolation. Such impotence? You could have the best planning, the best organization, the tightest coordination, and yet your fate still rode on luck and chance. And on others. Overall, however, the scenario possessed an inescapable inevitability, a life. Time of experience told him he was right. He glanced at the sword one last time, again inspired by it, and settled himself at the desk. Tanzan Mino was known throughout Japan as a kuramaku, a man who made things happen. Named after the unseen stagehand who pulled the wires in Japanese theater, manipulating the stage, and those on it from behind a black curtain. The kuramaku had been a fixture in Japanese politics since the late 19th century. He fit the classic profile perfectly. He was an ultranationalist who coordinated the interests of the right-wing underworld with the onstage players in industry and politics. In this role, he had risen from the ruins of World War Roman II to become the most powerful man in Asia. It had been a long and difficult road. He'd begun as an Osaka street operator in the late 30s, a fervent nationalist and open admirer of Mussolini, who made his followers air black shirts in imitation of the Italian fascists. When the Pacific War began, he had followed the Japanese army into Shanghai, where, under the guise of procuring strategic materials for the Imperial Navy, he trafficked in booty looted from Chinese warehouses and operated an intelligence network for the Kempei Tai, the Japanese secret police. After Japan lost China and the war, the occupying Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, SCAP, labeled him a war criminal, and handed him a 3-year term in Sugamo prison. The stone floors and hunger and rats gave him the incentive to plan for better things. The ruins of Japan, he concluded, offered enormous opportunity for men of determination. The country would be rebuilt, and those builders would rule. Thus it was that while still in Sugamo he set about devising the realization of his foremost ambition, to make himself Oyabun of the Tokyo Yakuza. His first Tep, he had decided, would be to become Japan's gambling czar. And upon his release, he was 30 years old at the time he had made a deal with various local governments to organize speedboat races and split the take on the accompanying wagering. It was an offer none chose to refuse, and over the next 40 years he and his Minogumi Yakuza amassed a fortune from the receipts. While still in Sugamo prison, he had yet another insight, that to succeed in the New Japan, it would be necessary to align himself temporarily with the globe's powerful new player, America. Accordingly, he began cultivating connections with American intelligence, and upon his release, he landed a job as an undercover agent for the Occupation's G2 section, intelligence. He'd specialized in black bag operations for the Kempei Tai in Shanghai during the war, so he had the requisite skills. When SCAP's era of reconstruction wound down, he thoughtfully offered his services to the CIA, volunteering to help them crush any new Japanese political movements that smacked of leftism. It was love at first sight, and soon Tanzan Mino was fronting for the company, putting to good use his Minogumi Yakuza as strikebreakers. With Tanzan Mino as Kuramaku, the Yakuza and the American CIA had run post-war Japan during the early years, keeping it safe for capitalism. Then as prosperity returned, areas of expansion beckoned. When goods could again be bought openly, the black market, long a Yakuza mainstay, began to wither away. But he had converted this into an opportunity, stepping in to fill the new Japanese consumers' need for cash by opening storefront loan services known as Sarakin. Although his Yakuza charged interest rates as high as 70%, the average Japanese could walk into a side street office and minutes later walk out with several $1,000, no questions asked. Unlike banks, he didn't bother with credit checks. He had well-proven collection techniques, and before long his Sarakin were handling more consumer loans than all Japan's banks combined. His success was such that foreign bankers wanting to gain a foothold in Japan soon started coming to him. Bank of America, Bankers Trust, Chase Manhattan, American Express Bank all began placing capital wholesale through the Yakuza's Sarakin. When the CIA bankrolled the Corsican mob as strikebreakers in Marseille in the 50s, they were merely financing heroin labs for the French connection. But when they and America's leading banks hired on with Tanzan Mino's Yakuza, they were furthering the career of the man destined to become the world's richest right-winger. The CIA arrangement had lasted until a Middleville field consultant blew the whistle. The score for that had yet to be settled. He shrugged away the thought with a glimmer of anger and turned to study the column of green figures on the computer screen atop his desk, mentally running a total. The numbers, at least, pleased him. Capitalization for the first year was ready to be issued. The dummy corporations were in place, their paperwork impeccable. None of the financing packages was likely to raise eyebrows. The plan was as flawless as human ability could make it, as the pale light of dusk crept through the blinds, laying faint shadows across his silver hair. He reached over with a smile and touched the white stingray skin binding on the sword's hilt. Yes, the plan was brilliant. A third world war, one of economics, had begun, but none of the other combatants fully realized it. European trading nations of 1992 were banding together, also bringing in the new capitalists of Eastern Europe to create a trade monolith. At the same time, Japan had, through strategic planning, achieved its own Pacific trade bloc, finally realizing its aim during the war, a greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. Now only one final target remained: the new consumers of the Soviet Union, who represented the world's largest untapped market for goods, technology, investment. The Europeans, the Americans, all the capitalists were fighting for that prize, but Tanzan Mino was within a whisker of seizing it for Japan and Mino Industries. The Soviets would have no choice. He reached down to stroke Nico, the snow leopard who slept beside his desk, and reflected on the scenario. The Soviets had bought into it with eyes open. The plan was turning out to be absurdly easy. At the moment, all he needed was the cleanly laundered payoff money. The The political risks, the financial risks, everything had to be covered. The powers in the Liberal Democratic Party feared going out on a limb for such a risky strategic objective. They required encouragement, and certain prominent Japanese bankers who would have to assist in the scenario also needed inducement. But the money had to be cash and totally untraceable. No more recruit-style fiascos. Where was it? He pushed that. Worry aside momentarily as he studied the gleaming model of the Daedalus, poised like a Greek statue in the center of his office. To think that the Soviets would agree not only to the hard financial and territorial terms he had demanded, but actually were willing to help Mino Industries develop the most advanced airplane the world had ever seen. Their plight was fully as desperate as he'd assumed. It was a game where he won everything. Yes, the Daedalus was as important as all the rest combined. It would leapfrog Japan to the undisputed ranks of the major powers, erasing forever the distinction between civilian and military technology. Still, though, there were problems. Always problems. First, the new, as he had just received. The laundered funds still had not been delivered. Then there was the matter of the NSA cryptographer who had been given an intercepted copy of the protocol. 3 men had been lost attempting to retrieve it, but she remained at large. That was unacceptable. It had to be reclaimed, no matter the cost, lest there be a premature exposure of the plan. Timing was everything. Added to that was the puzzling matter of the Soviet test pilot, on whom the fate of the entire project hinged. He'd begun making outrageous demands, insisting on moving up the first hypersonic flight to Friday. Why? He'd once spent time in the United States as an exchange pilot. Could he be fully trusted? Tanzan. Mino had finally, reluctantly, approved the schedule change, though his instincts told him to beware. His instincts rarely failed, but it was better not to appear too inflexible too soon. At this stage, the test pilot had become the crucial component of the project. Sometimes you had to bend to get what you wanted, and instincts be damned. As if all that were not enough, he just heard an unsettling rumble out of London concerning Kenji Nagami, a Minogumi Kaba. And for 30 years, a man he'd made rich, he turned his attention back to the computer screen and studied the numbers once more. However, he could not concentrate. The problems. He felt his anger rise, unbidden. He was too old for problems. Surmounting human incompetence was a young man's game. He had, he told himself, struggled enough for a dozen men. And now, having dedicated himself to fashioning Japan's 21st century ascendancy, he no longer really cared about money. No, what mattered now was the triumph of the Japanese people, the emperor, the Yamato spirit. His countrymen, he had always believed, shared a noble heritage with another race, one distant in time and place but brothers still. Both the modern Japanese and the ancient Greeks had pursued a mission to refine the civilizations around them, offering a powerful vision of human possibilities. They both were unique peoples chosen by the gods. He wanted more than anything for the entire world to at last understand that. With a sigh, he turned and gave Nico a loving pat on her spotted muzzle, then touched the buzzer on his desk. Time to start solving the problems. Monday, 1:03 p.m. Michael, I'm terribly glad you could make it. Kenji Nagami smiled and reached for his pint of amber-colored lager. His tailoring was Savile Row via Bond Street, his accent Cambridge, his background well concealed. In a business where appearances counted for much, he had all the careful touches that separated the players from the pretenders' cheeks sleek from a daily workout at his club. Eyes penetrating and always alert, hair graying at the temples. Today, he stood out like a beacon in the mob of chatting brokers and jobbers in the paneled gloom of the pub, his aloof bearing and dark pinstripe suit proclaiming insider as clearly as neon. A Japanese to the core, he still looked as though he had belonged there for 100 years. By the way, congratulations on the takeover. Vance caught the pint of ale sliding across the beer-soaked mahogany, then lifted it. I hear you scared hell out of the big players here in the city. Here's to going straight. Hope it doesn't take all the fun out of life. It had to happen eventually, Michael. He nodded with innocent guile and raised his glass tankard in return. Cheers to your health and wealth. Vance joined him in a sip. It was warm and bitter the way he liked it. No more intrigue. Well, he winked and drank again, blowing back the foam. We bankers still thrive on intrigue, old man, and secrecy. Otherwise, somebody else would start making the money. The young brokers laughing, smoking, and drinking in the pub all looked as though they made buckets of money. Outside, the usher-trimmed Doric columns of the refurbished Leadenhall Market looked down on the lunchtime crowds of the financial district. Almost all men in white shirts and dark suits, the modern uniform of the money changer. Trouble with secrets, though. Vance settled his mug onto the wet bar and looked up. Is that eventually the word gets out? Nagami studied him. Are you hinting at something? Something I should know? Maybe I'm just thinking out loud. But what if a guy like me came across some proprietary information, sort of by accident, and consequently an old friend of ours back home in Tok? Yo was very unhappy. If that friend is who I think you mean, he's not someone either of us wants to see unhappy, do we? He sipped solemnly at his beer. Speak for yourself, Vance replied and drank again. But to continue, what? If this hypothetical guy had decided to try and simplify the situation, get news back to Tokyo about a way to solve everybody's problem, then he'd need an information conduit, one that's tried and true. Nagami reached for a tray of peanuts, took a small handful and shook them in his fist before popping one into his mouth. He chewed for a second, then smiled. One way might be to have a drink with an old, shall we say, acquaintance, in hopes he might be able to help with some communication. Sounds like we're making headway here. He paused. Say this hypothetical guy wants to talk a deal. What sort of deal? Nagami chewed on more peanuts, his eyes non-committal. For inst, if Tokyo'll lay off, he'll see what he can do about some laundered funds our friend's been waiting for. He's in a position to make it happen. But if they keep on with the muscle, the deal's off. In other words, no play, no pay. Sup? Ozing, I know the individual in Tokyo you mean. As things stand now, you've quite possibly come to the wrong man. He sighed. This isn't the old days, my friend. I'm not wired in like I used to be. Times have changed, thank God. I'm out. I run an honest merchant bank, at least as honest as you can in this new day and age, and I like it that way. Ken, don't start the runaround. Vance tried to keep his tone easy. You're not talking to some bank igs? Eminer now? In Japan, connections last forever, we both know that. You were never more correct. Nagami examined his logger. Obligations remain even though influence wanes, which is, in fact, one of the reasons I wanted to see you. Today, Michael, if I do you this favor, could you perhaps do one for me in return? Is it legit? I suppose that depends, he laughed. Look, of course I'd be more than happy to send a secure telex if that's all you want. Heaven knows I owe you that much. He paused to sip from his mug. But I'll sound rather a fool if I don't know the first thing about the situation. Can't you at least give me some idea? Tokyo'll understand, and the less you know, the better for everybody? All right. But my position right now is, well, I may not be able to help as much as I'd like. I don't like the sound of that. It's the problem I mentioned to you. That individual is calling in favors with me now. But not the other way around, so this could be a trifle awkward if you see what I mean. Ken, have you forgot I took care of you once? Remember the Toshiba milling machine sale to the Soviets, all the posturing back in the US? It could have been a lot worse for your team politically. Afterwards you said you owed me one. Yes, and I still appreciate what you did, tipping me off about the French, the fact they'd already sold such machines to the Soviets years ago. It helped us dampen the fires of moral indignation on Capitol Hill. He took another sip. I got a lot of points with the right people in the LDP. I just got fed up with all the bullshit, no harm done. He leaned back. But now it's your turn. Fair enough. He gazed around the crowded, smoke-filled pub. Michael, I don't know if we really should be talking here. Care to take a walk down to the Thames? Get a bit of air, maybe hope for some sunshine. All right? Vance tossed down a 5-pound note and reached for his overcoat, draped across the stool next to them. Weather's nice, at least for London. Nagami nodded as they pushed through the crowded doorway and into the street. Don't say what you're inking. Don't say you can't imagine why I moved here. Never crossed my mind. Vance took a breath of the fresh air, expelling the residual smoke from his lungs. The lunchtime mob elbowed them from every side. You know the reason as well as... I do. It's all part of our overall strategy. Japan is a world player now, Michael. I'm part of the vanguard that's going to do to financial services worldwide what we did to semiconductors and electronics. You just watch. And see, I already believe it. He did. Japan's dominance of the world money scene was just a matter of time. They navigated their way through the midday throng. On every side, lunchtime shoppers were munching sandwiches, lining up for snacks to take back to the office. They strolled past the rear of the tubular steel Lloyd's building, then headed down a cobblestone side street toward the river. But we had to come here and buy our base in order to be part of the financial game in Europe, Nagami continued, not missing a beat. We expect to be major players before long. I'd say you're already one. When the Plaza Accord sliced the greenback in half, it doubled the value of Japan's bankroll. Every you had was suddenly worth twice as many dollars, as if by magic. We can't complain. He paused to inhale the gray, heavy air. Of course, the locals here in London are constantly enlisting their old boy regulators to make up new rules to hamper us, but Tokyo invented that little ploy. It almost makes this place feel like home. Word is you play all the games. I hear Westminster Union now handles more Eurodollar deals than anybody. We pull our weight. He smiled and dodged a red double-decker bus as they crossed Lower Thames Street. You name a major currency, we'll underwrite the debt offering. Lots of action. There is indeed, sometimes perhaps too much, which is why I want to talk down here by the river. Shall we stroll out onto London Bridge? Sounds good. Spread before them now was the muddy, gray expanse of London's timeless waterway. Shakespeare had gazed on it. Handel had written music to accompany. Fireworks shot over it. Today a few tugs were moving slowly up the center channel, and a sightseeing boat was headed down to Greenwich. Cranes of the new Docklands development loomed over the horizon downriver. So what's the problem? Vance turned to study his face. There was worry there and pain. Michael, that individual you spoke of, he has, in the famous phrase, made me an offer I can't refuse. He wants me to handle a debt issue, corporate debentures, bigger than anything this town has ever seen, anything Europe has ever seen. You should be ordering champagne. Not this time. He turned back to study the river. The whole thing stinks. Who are the players? It's supposedly to raise capital for the Mino Industries Group. I've been asked to underwrite the bonds, then unload them with minimal fanfare and keep a low profile. He looked back. But it's almost fraud, Michael. I don't think there's anything behind them at all. Nothing. The beneficiaries are just phony Mino Industries shadow corpo rations. Only nobody will know it. You see, the bonds are zero coupons, paying no interest till they mature 10 years from now. So it will be a full decade before the buyers find out they've acquired paper with no backing. Won't be the first time the sheep got sheared by a hustler. Michael, I'm not a hustler, he snapped. And there's more. They're so-called bearer bonds, which means there's no record of who holds them. Just one more trick to keep this thing below the radar. Typical. Bearer bonds always sell like hotcakes in high-tax locales like the Benelux countries. That mythical Belgian dentist can buy them anonymously and screw the tax man. Yes, that's part of what makes euro currency ideal for this. All that homeless money floating around over here. No government is really responsible for keeping track of it. In fact, every effort has been made to ensure that these debentures appeal to greed. Their yield will float, pegged at 2 full points above the 30-year British government bond, the gilt. As lead underwriter, I'll have the main responsibility, but I'm also supposed to form a syndicate of Japanese brokerage houses here in Nomura, Dewa, Sumitomo, the others to make sure the offering goes off without a hitch. But that precaution will hardly be necessary. At those interest rates, they should practically fly out the door. Which is a good thing because Michael, the amount I'm being asked to underwrite is $100 billion. And that's just for the first year, right? Nagami looked up, startled. How did you know? Call it a lucky guess. Hite. Took a deep breath. So that's where the funding stipulated in the protocol was going to come from. European suckers. My God, he thought, the play is superb. Michael, nobody could float an offering like that and have it covered with real ass. Nobody. Taken all together, that's enough money to capitalize a dozen world-class corporations. He paused. Of course, I won't be offering it all at once. The debentures will dribble out over the period of a year, and then the next year, it starts all over again, for 5 years. So you're supposed to raise $500 billion in the Eurobond market over 5 years. Not impossible, but it's a tall order. Especially since the ratings will be smoke and mirrors. It is, in effect, an unsecured loan. He looked away, down at the swirling brown surface of the Thames. You know what it really means? He wants me to sell junk bonds, and I can't refuse. His voice came close to a quaver. When I was well into earning the esteem of the European banking community, I'm suddenly about to become the Drexel Burnham of Eurobonds. I'll be operating the investment equivalent of a shell game. Ken, why are you telling me all this? Vance had never seen him this upset. Because I have to find out what this is all about, what the money's going to be used for. I take it the Tokyo Oyabun's not talking. Michael, no one dares question him, you know that. His voice grew formal. It's the Yakuza way. Well, you're in London now, a free man. It's not that simple. You may not know it's a very well-kept secret that he capitalized my takeover of the Westminster Union Bank here. He put together a consortium of private financiers for me. A lot of the money was actually his. The whole thing had to be low profile, since none of our banks dared have its name associated with a hostile takeover in London. Our institutions are still squeamish about such things. They all cheered me on in private, but in public they didn't know anything about it. Maybe he had this little return favor in mind all along. To tell you the truth, I've since wondered that myself. Anyway, now he's calling in my obligation. We Japanese call it jiri. I have to play. But either way, I'm ruined. If I do it, I'll become a pariah in the European banking community. If I don't, well, the consequence are almost unthinkable. Ken, I don't know how to say this, but there's a chance this whole scenario is bigger than anything you can imagine. Nagami turned to stare. What do you know? Let's just say I hear things, but first we need to strike our deal. Of course. As I said, I'll send a telex from my secure trading room for what good it may do, but you've got to help me too, please. He turned back to the river. You know, Michael, I like my life here. More and more. Even given all that's going on here these days, the pace is still much more civilized than Tokyo. For all our prosperity back home, I think we've traded something very valuable. Call it our soul, perhaps. Here I feel almost free from the old days, part of a real, legitimate world. I hated all the money laundering, the shady deals. These days I can look myself in the face. I was temporarily changing professions myself, until about a week ago, then this problem came up. He waved to a pleasure boat slowly motoring up the river. It was only a 30-footer, but the lines reminded him of the Ulysses. It made him suddenly homesick for real sunshine and real air. Michael, what's going on? We need to work together. I'll just say this. I think the Godfather's got a big surprise cooking. Maybe we're both caught in the middle, he smiled. If that's true, we can help each other out, though I can't push too hard. He took a deep breath and gazed at the murky London sky. But still, I'll tell you the truth. I'm very seriously thinking I may just refuse to touch the whole thing. Tanzan Mino, yes, why not name names? He's even May. Vague threats against my family. The man has pushed me too far this time. Somewhere it has to end. You're a brave man. He still runs some very persuasive muscle. Better have your life insurance paid up. I'm well aware, but I don't want to jeopardize everything I've built here, my whole new life, so that's why I need you. If you could find out what's behind all this, I could decide whether I should risk everything and go ahead with the offering, or just stand up to him at last. Otherwise, what's the timing? I have to list the first offering with the Issuing House Association day after tomorrow. We've already put together the paperwork, just in case. Pretty tight. Michael, I'll see what I can do about your problem, and if there's anything else, you know I'll try my best. Depending on whether my message gets through, I could be needing somebody to handle some cash, a reasonably substantial sum. Maybe as part of our little quid pro quo you could arrange it. Is this money? He paused awkwardly. Well, you understand my question. It's laundered, clean as a hound's tooth. Where is it now? Don't worry, Vance smiled. It's liquid. And the sum? Hang on to your bowler hat. It's and 100 million US. Is that all? He laughed. That figure is barely a blip on the screen these days. For a minute there I thought you were talking real money. Seems a reasonably substantial sum. It's scarcely more than walking around money in our business, as you well know. Over 200 billion passes through the foreign exchange markets every day, a large amount of it right here in London. Well, there could be a small complication if the KGB gets into the action. KGB? He pulled up sharply. What in bloody hell do they? It's a long story. But why would Soviet intelligence be involved? They're supposed to be keeping a lower profile these days. Rumor has it they let this one get past them. The money left home without a passport, and now they look like fools for letting it happen. I see. He grew silent, then glanced at his watch and pulled his overcoat tighter. Well, perhaps I should send that cable now, before Tokyo tucks in for the night. The sooner the better, and the matter of concern to me. Let me think it over. Vance spoke slowly. But in the meantime, I'd strongly advise you to hold off with the offering. You're not telling me what you... Oh, is that fair? No, but who said the world's got to be fair? There's a play about to go down. I know about part of it, not all. But before I'm through, well, let's just say that when somebody starts using muscle on me, I sort of lose my sense of proportion. Is it that bad? His stare carried alarm. What am I supposed to do? Sit tight on the offering. Don't say yes or no, just find a way to postpone it. And send that telex, I'll dictate it for you. After that, you can reach me at my hotel, Strand Palace. The Strand Palace? Michael, you, he smiled. Hardly up to your usual standards. I don't do as much freelance these days as I used to, so I have to learn to live closer to my means. I'll believe that when I see it, he said with a laugh. You're not telling me the truth about anything. You're right, and it's for your own good. You just stall on the offering and let me play this my way. If things aren't straightened out in a day, 2 tops, we're both in a lot of trouble. 2 days. It has to happen by then. Too much is going on. Now you're really starting to make me alarmed. You should be. Because if this isn't settled in 2 days, he thought somebody's probably going to be dead. Book 2, Chapter 11, Monday, 8:05 p.m. She checked her watch, then took a last look around the spacious room. It was time. Her bag lay on the bed, packed and waiting to be sent later. The part of her luggage that mattered was the vinyl flight bag by the door, containing the Zenith. With a sigh, she rose, threw on her light tan raincoat, and grabbed the bag. This was the part she'd been dreading, and she'd done her best to try and look inconspicuous, a dressy beige outfit and a few silver accessories. She'd also washed her hair, which always made her feel better. The carpeted hallway was clear as she closed the door, tugged to be certain it was secure, then took a deep breath, turned and headed to the elevator. She hadn't been outside the room for almost 24 hours. This, she told herself, must be what house arrest feels like. It was about to be over. All she had to do now was make her way through the Savoy lobby, walk diagonally across the Strand, then through another lobby, another elevator, and she'd be with Michael. The more she allowed herself to think about the whole situation, the angrier she got at all the bean counters at NSA who wouldn't listen to her, at the entire American intelligence establishment. How could everybody have missed what was happening? Maybe, she thought, The air outside would help cool her off. She definitely needed to get out of the Savoy, if only to counter the claustrophobia. Stretch your legs, sweetheart, and think. The elevator chimed and the doors slid open. The crisp, shiny, expensive fashions greeted her, the iridescence of diamonds. The night people of London were headed out for dinner, and the clubs, a cross-section of the jet set, and the bored rich. Nobody seemed to be having fun. She looked at them as she stepped in, wondering what they would think if they knew what was in her vinyl bag. Michael used to say the only thing people like these were interested in was impressing headwaiters. He was probably dead right. The lobby light flashed above the doors, and they slid open to reveal muted wood paneling, English antiques, and sparkling mirrors. Gray-suited bellboys carrying baggage and opening elevator doors mingled with the bustling evening throng. It was a world unto itself. Not pausing, she strode past the pink marble columns and glowing chandeliers, then headed for the glassed entrance. Outside, the traffic on. The Strand, the glitter of London at night, all of it beckoned. Being in Crete again had really made her think about a lot of things. Mostly, though, she'd thought about Michael Vance, Jr., ex-archaeologist, ex-spook, ex-god knew what. Still, she'd seen plenty worse, the paunchy assistant this and vice that, all divorced and paying alimony and whining. But in this man-short time, with hungry divorcees flocking the bars, they didn't have to bother keeping up appearances. Alleged decay was their inalienable right. Mike, whatever else you said about him, still looked as good as he had a decade ago. He was showing some mileage, sure, but on him it didn't look half bad. Maybe it was the tequila. Could they stop it over again, that new beginning he'd hinted about? Maybe it was at least worth a try. She moved on through the milling mob in the lobby, trying to be casual, to blend. He'd said she should get out of the Savoy as soon as possible, just and her things and move in with him. But why didn't he come over and stay with her? She'd asked. The Savoy was more romantic, more like the old days. That's when he'd abruptly switched the subject, saying they couldn't discuss it on the phone. Probably he had something working. Well, she had a few surprises too. She'd spent the day hacking away at the protocol, and she'd learned a lot more. It was even worse than she'd imagined. As she pushed through the revolving doors and into the drive, the clack-clack of London taxi motors and the rush of cold air brought back all the adrenaline of that moment in Heraklion, when she had first seen Alex. She grasped the flight bag more firmly and moved on down the left-hand sidewalk, past the National Westminster Bank at the corner and toward the street. Almost there. Just across waited the Strand Palace and Safety. In her rush, she'd missed an important event. Mingled in among the lobby crowd was a couple she'd failed to notice. They'd been over on her left by the desk. The man in a rumpled brown jacket was haggard with bloodshot eyes. His beard was untrimmed, but it did disguise the bruises on his face. Unseen by Eva, he'd suddenly raised his hand and pointed at her. Nor did she see the woman with him, dark coiffure, elegant makeup, Oscar de la Renta cocktail dress, though she wouldn't have recognized her in any case. Only moments after Eva Borodin walked up the Savoy Drive. The woman was speaking into the radio she'd had in her shiny evening purse. Monday, 8:08 p.m. He glanced at his watch, then looked out his smudgy hotel window and down at the Strand. 2 more minutes and there should be a knock on the door. Would she believe him? That he'd set up the play? Maybe he couldn't quite believe it himself, but still, they had the biggest share of poker chips now. They were about to take control of the game. It was almost tie. To relax, then he saw her, moving briskly across the Strand while furtively looking left and right. Good. After he watched her disappear into the lobby down below, he turned back from the window and walked to the bar. Time to crack opa. The Sauza Tres Generations, Tequila Anillo, Mexico's well-aged contribution to the well-being of all humankind. Hard enough to come by anywhere, it was virtually unobtainable here in London, but his search had succeeded. He lifted it out of its tan box, admiring the coal-black bottle, then gave the cork a twist and sniffed the fragrance, fresh as nectar, before settling it back on the bar. Next, he removed a bottle of rare Stolichnaya Starkova Idka from the freezer and stationed it beside the sauza. This, he knew, was Eva's favorite, made with water from the Neva River and flavored with pear leaves and Crimean apples, as well as a touch of brandy and a dash of port. A few moments. Later he heard a light knock on the door, and with a feeling of relief he stepped over. "Michael," the voice was a muted whisper. "Hurry?" He swung it inward, and there she was. Without a word, she moved into his arms. "Are you okay?" he touched. Her face then lifted her lips to his. They were cold, tight. "Yes, I think so. God, what a day. I kept wanting to call you darling. I was out. I assumed that. I can't wait to show you my translation. Hey, slow down." He kissed her again. "Let's have a celebration drink first, just you and me." "Michael, don't talk nonsense. We've got to think. I got a bottle of your native wine, a little tequila anijo for me. Never hurt the mental processes." "Come on, what do you say?" He turned and headed for the bar. She was unzipping the vinyl flight bag. "How can you?" Then she caught herself and laughed. "It better be frozen like ice-cold syrup. Cold as Siberia. It should go down." "Well, with the latest news item, we've now got a deal on the table with Tokyo." "What kind of deal?" She glanced over. "I told them if they'll call off the guerrillas, I'll see about lightening up their money problems. The Alex Novosty imb." "Oglio, you're not really going to do it?" He laughed. "What do you think?" "Darling, whatever you're planning, it's not going to stop them. Why don't we wait and see?" "I've seen enough already. Stay mellow." He was handing her a tall, thin glass of clear liquid, already frosting on the sides. "Make any progress on the protocol. Nobody in the world is going to believe it. This is just too big. I almost wonder if a newspaper would touch it, at least until we have more than we have now." She'd set down her drink and was opening the flight bag. Out came the zenith, and moments later a text was on the screen. "How much farther did you get?" "Only another page or so. This is tougher going than I thought, but here, look. This section picks up from where you left off. Mother Russia's practically giving away the store. 3. Within 1 year of the satisfaction of all formalities pursuant to the above designated credits, the USSR will renounce sole proprietorship of the Kurile Islands and the Soviet Oblast of Sakhalin. Those territories will thereafter be administered as a free trade zone and joint protectorate of the USSR and Japan, with exclusive economic development rights extended to all designated corporations comprised in Mino Industries Group, MIG. 4. MIG is hereby granted full rights to engage in capital investment and manufacturing development in a USSR, which capital investment may comprise all or part of the financial credits specified in Item 1. MIG will be permitted to hold 51% or greater interest in all joint industrial facilities, and the operation and control of those facilities will rest solely with managers designated by MIG unless otherwise mutually agreed. 5. Within 2 years of the date of this agreement, the Soviet ruble will be declared of e-market currency, convertible to yen and other Western currencies at rates governed solely by the established world currency exchanges. Furthermore, from that time forward, Japanese-manufactured durables and consumer goods may be purchased directly in rubles at prevailing rates of exchange. 6. Upon ratification of this protocol by the Japanese Diet and the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the Japanese Self-Defense Forces will have full access, for purposes not hostile to the sovereign security of the USSR, to all military installations on Sakhalin and the Kurile Islands, including facilities now used exclusively by the Soviet Navy and Soviet Air Force. The security of the Far Eastern Oblast of the USSR will henceforth be a joint obligation of the USSR and the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. He looked up, his eyes narrowing. So it's just what we thought, a global Orstrade. Tokyo supplies Moscow with $500 billion in loans and financing over the next 5 years, the money they need for restructuring. And the Soviets cede back the territory they took after the war, the Kurile Islands and Sakhalin, that perennial thorn in the side of the Japanese right. Not to mention which, Japan also gets a whole new target for all that excess capital burning a hole in its pocket, as well as first crack at Sakhalin's oil reserves. Michael, put it together, and you realize Japan's about to wrap up what she's been angling for ever since the war: total economic dominance of the Far East, Russia and all. Right, he thought. But which Russians are making this secret, D? Or could it be the hardliners, who are lining up a new military alliance? Is that what the prototype is all about? By the way, did you look closely at the early part, the bit I translated? He walked over and checked the traffic on this. Tran below. There's some kind of surprise package under the tree. I don't think it's Christmas chocolates. You mean the prototype? Bothers me too. She took another sip of her freezing Stoli. What do you think it is? My wild guess would be some kind of advanced weapon system. If the Soviets are planning to give back territory, they'd better be getting some goodies. Well, any way you look at it, this whole thing is brilliant, synergistic. Everybody comes out with something they want. World geopolitics is about to become a whole new ball game, but that other bit, the prototype, seems to be a really important part of it. There are specifications, a hard delivery date, the works. That's where the quid pro quo starts getting kinky. It does sound like some entirely new kind of weapon, she agreed. Who knows? Whatever it turns out to be, though, it's something they had to develop together, which probably means high-tech. But we're going to find out, you and me. He studied the street below, where traffic was a blaze of headlights, then turned back. Tell me again about those satellite photos you mentioned out at the palace. You mean the ones of Hokkaido, the Japanese Isle? And up north? Right. What exactly was in them? You said it looked like a runway. I said that's what I thought it was. But nobody at NSA is authorized to be interested officially in what goes on in Japan, so the Oversight Committee would in spring for a real analysis, an infrared overlay or anything. The budget cuts, etc. Which is exactly what whoever planned this figured on, right? If you had some military surprise cooking, what better place to hide it than in the Isles of northern Japan, where nobody would bother to pay attention? Well, the location couldn't be more perfect for a joint project. Hokkaido is right across the straits from Sakhalin. All nice and convenient. She stared at her vodka as the room fell silent. Maybe if we finished the translation. Somehow I doubt it's going to spell out the details. The so-called prototype hasn't been described so far, at least as far as we've got. Probably a deliberate omission. Our problem is, without the full text, nobody's going to take our word for all this. She finished off her Stoli with a gulp, then got up to pour another. Maybe there's a way. He caught her and pulled her into his arms. But first things first, why don't we forget about everything just for tonight? She stared at him incredulously. Darling, get serious. Right now there are people out there wanting to make us disappear because we know too much. They've already tried. That's very real. Look, that's being handled. Why can't you trust me? He hugged her again. I think it's time we had an evening just for us. So how about a small, intimate reunion tonight, right here, dinner for 2, while we wait for the fish to bite? I don't believe I'm hearing this. We'll both slip into something comfortable, have the greatest meal in the world sent up, along with about a case of wine, then retire to that plush bed over there and spend the rest of the evening getting reacquainted. You're serious, aren't you? She studied his eyes. They had a lascivious twinkle. Of course. She hesitated, then thought, why not call his bluff, all right? If you can be insane, then I can too. But if we're going to do it, then let's go all the way. I'm sick of living off room service. She slapped down her glass. Know what I really want? I want to go out somewhere expensive and splashy. With you, I want to do London. Grey. He was beaming. Whoops. He hadn't been bluffing. I dare you. She rose and threw her arms around him. Suddenly, it was all too wonderful to forego. We'll put this zenith in the hotel safe and act like real people for an evening. Then we'll come back here and you'll get totally ravished. That's a promise, sweetheart. I sort of had it figured for the other way around. Oh yeah, we'll see, and may the best ravisher win. She clicked off the computer and shoved it into the fly gift bag, then turned back. How about that wonderful restaurant we went to way back when? You know, that night we both got so drunk and you almost offered to make an honest woman of me. An offer you saw fit to refuse in advance. He looked her over. But I assume you mean that place up in Islington. What was it, the Wellington or something? Right, it was sort of out of the way, down a little alley. She threw her arms around him. That night was so wonderfully romantic, like a honeymoon. It almost was, he smiled, remembering. Let's call for a reservation and just go. Darling, are we acting insane? She looked up, eyes uncertain. I'm half afraid. Don't be. He tousled her hair. Before thinking, nobody's going to touch you, believe me. I've nailed the bastards, all of them. Monday, 11:28 p.m. It was flawless. They dined in a Gothic, ivy-covered greenhouse in the garden of a Mater 19th century. In where waiters scurried, the Mater D hovered, and the wine steward nodded obsequiously every time he passed their table. It was even better than their first visit. After a roulade of red caviar, Eva had the ragout au gratin, Vance the boeuf à la ficelle, his favorite. For dessert they shared the house specialty, Chalipe glacis aux fruits, after which they lingered over Stilton cheese and a World War I bottle of Lisbon port, and they talked and laughed and talked. They both tried to focus on the good times, trips they'd taken, places they'd shared, what they'd do next together. She even agreed to spend August helping him sail the Ulysses over to Crete, his latest plan. The gap in time began slowly to drop away. It was as though they'd been reborn. Everything felt new, fresh, and full of delight. Who said you couldn't start over? Neither wanted it to end, but finally, reluctantly, he signaled for the check. After a round of farewells for the staff, they staggered out into the brisk evening air. Where to now? He was helping her into a black London taxicab after drunkenly handing the uniformed doorman a fiver. God, I'm so giddy I can't think. She crashed into the sea. Eden leaned her head against his shoulder. Yanks? The driver glanced back with a genuine smile. He wore a dark cap and sported a handlebar mustache of Dickensian proportions. Been to New York myself, you know, with the missus. 2 years back. Don't know how you lot can stand the bleedin' crime, though. Worse every year, Vance nodded. So, where'll it be, my lords and ladies? He hit the ignition. How about heading down to the Thames, say Victoria Embankment? Arden's around in there. Lovely spot for a stroll, private-like if you know what I mean. He winked, then revved the engine and started working the vehicle down the narrow street, headed toward the avenue. Thing about the States, you'd daft to walk in a park there after dark. He glanced back. So how was it? What? The Wellington, mate. You know I take plenty of Arabs there, bleedin' wogs, them and their fine Soho tarts. We made do. If you've got the quid. Why not? That's what I always say. He smiled above his mustache. Guess you know IRA bombed the front room about 10 years back, bloody bastards. Lobbed one right through the big window. We were hoping they'd never hit the same play. Is twice. With those bloodthirsty mix you never know, mate. You never know. Only good thing about the States, no bleedin' IRA. He made a right turn off Goswell Road onto Clerkenwell Road. Even at this late hour, the traffic was brisk, black taxis side by side. Michael, I love Victoria Gardens. Eva reached up and bit his ear. Can we dance in the moonlight? Why not? I think it's romantic as hell. He drew her closer. Probably shouldn't tell you this. But back in my youth, when I was living in London one summer, I used to take a plump little Irish hotel maid down there. I confessed to a series of failed assaults on her well-guarded Catholic virtue. Maybe this time your luck will chi. Ange, she giggled, and she bit him again. I'll never be 17 again, but I'm willing to give it one more try. He turned to study the traffic behind them. Had the play started already? Yep, there it was. A dark car was following them, had pulled out right behind as they left the restaurant's side street. It was trailing discreetly, but it was in place. Pretty much on schedule, he told himself. They must have found out by now. Darling, I want to make you feel 17 all over again. She snuggled closer. I'm starting to feel good again. I'd almost forgot you could do that for me. Thank you. He kissed her, then leaned forward and spoke through the partition. See those headlights behind us? I think they were waiting outside at the restaurant. Noticed them there. Now they look to be going wherever you're going. The burly cabbie glanced into his side mirror. Friends of yours, in a manner of speaking. I think we've just revised our destination, make it the Savoy instead, the main entrance there on the Strand. Whatever you say, forget the park, you've got it, and try not to lose them. Just make sure they don't know that you know, figure it out. Having some spa. With your friends, eh? Work on it. Oh, Christ. Eva revolved to look. Michael, what is it? My guess is somebody found out something and they're very upset. She grasped his hand. Why not try and lose them in the traffic? They probably know where we're staying. What's the point? I do hope you know what you're doing. Trust me, the Savoy's a nice, friendly place for a drink. We'll ask them in, maybe drop by the American bar there on the mezzanine. Why did we go out? She threw her arms around him. I knew it was a risk and still, relax. He kissed her. We're just headed home after a lovely dinner, and when we get there, maybe we'll ask them in for a nightcap. Who do you think it is? This is a friendly town. Why don't we just wait and find out? Right, I'm dying to know who wants to kill us now. She turned to stare again at the headlights. After all, it's been almost a day and a half since somebody's, hey, we've had a great evening. Nobody's going to spoil that. This will just top it off. He looked back again, then leaned forward as the driver turned onto the Strand. Be sure and take us all the way down the driveway. Whatever you say, he fleed on his blinker, then checked the mirror. Seems your friends are coming along. That's the idea. Vance passed him a 10-pound note as they rolled to a halt. Nice job, by the way. Anything for a yank. He checked the bill, then tipped his hat. Many thanks, Governor. Michael. Eva froze. I'm not getting out. Come on. He reached for her hand. This is going to be the most fun we've had all night. He looked up at the gray-uniformed Savoy doorman approaching. Trust me. The other car, a black Mercedes, had stopped just behind them, and now its doors swung out on both sides. The first to emerge were two surly men in heavy, bulging suits. Next came an expensively dressed, dark-haired woman. And the last was a bearded man who had to be helped. He seemed weak and shaky. Vance waved to him and beckoned him forward. Alex, what a surprise. Glad you brought your friends. I was starting to worry we might miss each other this time. Ma. Ickle? His voice faltered as he walked past the others, limping. We must talk, now. Great idea. Let's ask everybody in for a drink. The woman was staring, cold as ice, while the two men flanked her on either side, waiting. Vance smiled and greeted her. Vera, talk about luck. And I'll bet you were worried we wouldn't manage to meet up in London. Small world. The woman was trying to ignore him as she addressed Eva. You have in your possession classified Soviet materia. If I do, that's your problem. She glared back. No, Miss Borodin. The woman moved forward, carrying a leather purse. It is your problem. Well now, looks like we're all ready for a nightcap. Vance took Eva's hand, nodded at the door, and led her through the lobby doors. Over his shoulder, he yelled back. I honestly recommend the American bar upstairs. Terrific view. Michael, please wait. Novosty limped after him through the doorway, then grasped his arm. We need to talk first. About what? You know very well. The money. Michael, the game is up, can't you see? I've got to return it, all of it, and face the consequences. God help me. I have no choice. You know, Alex, that's probably a good idea. Things were getting too rough. This was a hustle you should have left to the big boys. I tried to tell you that back in Athens the other morning. Just give it back. What are you saying? He went pale. Just return the money. Try and ache them, see it was a misunderstanding. How were you supposed to know it was embezzled? You were just following orders, right? They can probably cover the whole thing over as just some kind of paperwork shuffle. Michael, don't play games with me. He was clenching Vance's sleeve, his voice pleading. Hey, we're partners, remember? I'll back you all the way. He urged Eva on past the gaggle of bellmen and into the marbled lobby. The chandeliers sparkled and the room still sold with bejeweled evening people. Now we're all just going to have a very civilized drink. The possibility of that seemed to be diminishing, however. The two men, clearly KGB chauffeurs, had now moved alongside menacingly. You will come with us? Vera Karanova was approaching Eva. "Both of you, a car is waiting at the entrance on the riverside. Down by the park?" Vance kept urging Eva across the lobby toward the staircase leading up to the bar. "Funny thing. We were just talking about the embankment gardens." Vera nodded toward the empty terroom and the steps beyond, which led down toward the riverside, then spoke quietly in Russian to the two men. They shouldered against Vance, the one on the right reaching for Eva's arm. "Easy with the muscle, hero." He caught the man's paisley tie and yanked him around, spinning him off balance, then kneed him onto the floor. "Michael, wait." Novosty stepped between them, then took Vance's arm and drew him farther ahead. "About the money, What about it?" He looked puzzled. "Just return it like I told you." Novosty's eyes twitched above his beard. "Michael, the entire sum was withdrawn from the Moscow Narod Bank at 11 o'clock this morning. The whole 100 million, it's vanished." Sounds like a problem. "Now how do you suppose a thing like that could have happened?" "You know very well." His voice was almost a sob. "It was authorized right after the bank opened. Someone requested that the funds be converted into Eurodollar bearer bonds and open cashier's checks, all small denominations, which were then picked up by a bonded courier service." His voice cracked again. "I don't know what to do. The bank claims they have no more responsibility. Legally, I guess that's right. They're probably in the clear." "Michael, you must have arranged it. Using the account numbers and identification I gave you, prove it." "But how?" "I have to return the funds or they'll kill me. I told them only you could have done it, but they don't believe me. Interesting thing about bearer bonds and open cashier's checks, they're same as cash. Everybody's favorite form of hot money, very liquid and totally untraceable. For all we know, your 100 million could be in Geneva by now, taking in the view of the lake." He turned and pecked Eva on the cheek. "Ready for that nightcap?" Novosty caught his arm and tried to pull him back. "You won't get away with this. I'm warning you, you're a dead man." "You know, I sort of look at it the other way around. I figure whoever copped that cash this morning got a $100 million insurance policy. Because you see, if T-Directorate wants to kiss their 100 million do svidania, the best way possible would be to keep up with the muscle here tonight. That could make it just disappear forever. There'd be a lot of explaining to do. Probably make a very negative impression on certain people back at Dzerzhinsky Square. Vera here might even have to turn in all her gold cards." "What are you saying?" Now Comrade Karanova had moved closer. "Is it really true you have the embezzled funds?" She examined Vance with a startled look, then glanced at Novosty as though to confirm. His eyes were defeated as he nodded. "You should check the desk here more often." Vance pointed toward the mahogany reception. "Photocopies of the open cashier's checks were dropped off for you at 9 o'clock tonight, so maybe it's time everybody talked to me." He thumbed back at her two bodyguards. "For starters, how about losing those two apes? Send them down to the park for a stroll, then maybe we can talk, over a drink. The vanguard of the proletariat sits down with the decadent capitalists. Could be there's a deal here yet. East meets West." "Tell me what you want, Vera Karanova," said without noticeable enthusiasm. "For starters, how about some protection, if these incompetents of yours can manage it." "From whom?" "Look, there's a deal cooking, and I think there's more to it than meets the eye. I do know there's a very smart individual on the other side of the globe who's got some very definite plans for Eva and me, as well as for Mother Russia. I would suggest it might be in your interest to help us stop him while we still can. He's never played straight, and I don't think he's about to start now. I have my responsibilities too. Just return the money and we will handle the situation after that. The best thing you can do right now is stay out of the way. I've seen too many screw-ups out of Dzerzhinsky Square to turn this thing over to Moscow. Dr. Vance, you are playing a dangerous game. If you want to see the money again, it's the only game going. Now do we play or what?" Book 2, Chapter 12, Monday, 11:32 p.m. "When did you receive this?" Tanzan Mino glanced over the cable message once again, then looked up. Although the time was near midnight, the aide had found him still behind his black slate desk. The lights in his penthouse office were turned low, muting the already dull earth tones of the walls. Nico paced across the expanse fronting the wide picture window, flicking her tail and anticipating her evening dinner of water buffalo tartare. 15 minutes ago, Mino-sama. He eyed the leopard nervously. It was logged in on the 11th floor over the secure telex. I was reluctant to bother you at this late hour. When you live to my age, you know. I longer have the patience for sleep. There is so much to do and so little time. 2 or 3 hours are all I allow myself now. He tossed the paper onto his desk, then rose, strolled to the darkened window and gently pushing Nico aside, gazed down. Below, the neon-lighted streets of Tokyo's Ueno district blazed. In a way, this news is welcome. Perhaps the money is no longer in the hands of an incompetent. I have always preferred doing business with a professional. You would consider dealing with him? The subordinate in dark suit and crisp white shirt tried to mask the surprise in his voice. The Oyabun had never let himself be blackmailed. You seem startled. He smiled, then walked over and extracted a raw steak from the cooler in the corner. Nico dropped to her haunches as he tossed it to her. Don't be. I've spent a lifetime in negotiation. That much, his subordinate knew was true. Tanzan Mino had seen more deals than most men would in 100 lifetimes. The most important ones had been the backroom kind. For 35 years, he'd funneled vast chunks of laundered cash to the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's leading politicians. And, as a result, he enjoyed final say over all its major decisions, dictating the choice of cabinet ministers, even prime ministers. He was the undisputed godfather of Japan's Kuroi Kiri, Black Mist, the unseen world of political deal-making. The subordinate also admired Tanzan Mino's discretion. After his ascension to kingpin of the LDP, U.S. interests had funneled over $12 million in cash bribes through him to Japan's most powerful political figures, much of it handled by the Lockheed Corporation. In return, that corporation received over $1 billion in sales to Japan's government and civilian airlines, while the CIA got to sleep easy, knowing America's interests were receiving the close attention of Japan's decision-makers. But then, when newspapers finally broke the story that Lockheed's American money had reached the highest levels of the LDP, Tanzan Mino arranged for a rival cure. Ramaku Yashio Kodama to take the fall. As befitted a true professional, he escaped without a hint of scandal. It was a deft move that brought him much prestige among those in the circles of power. Besides, with a Yakuza income in the billions, he certainly needed none of the Lockheed money himself. His perennial concern, as everyone also knew, was what to do with all his cash. By the late 50s, Mino Industries Group already owned real estate, shipping lines, construction companies, trucking concerns, newspapers, baseball teams, film companies, even banks. Eventually, when Japan couldn't absorb any more investment, he'd expanded abroad, opening luxurious offices in other Southeast Asian cities, including new digs in Manila's Makati, the Wall Street of Asia in Hong Kong, in Singapore, a favorite Yakuza town for recruiting prostitutes, in Taipei, and on and on. But still, there was the money. And more money. Kenji Nagami's predecessor had finally suggested the perfect solution to Tanzan Mino's cash dilemma. The safest, most welcome haven for Mino Industries' excess money was just across the Pacific, on the island of Hawaii, where his investments could be protected by the American fleet at Pearl Harbor. In the early 60s, he opened a branch of his shadow investment company, Shoshu Kagai, in Honolulu. And today he was, through dummy corporations, the largest landowner in the state. Having long since solidified his ties with former militarists and prominent rightists in the Japanese business community, Tanzan Mino turned abroad in the early 70s, offering deals and support to Pacific strongmen such as Chiang Kai-shek, Syngman Rhee, Ferdinand Marcos. All of it, however, had merely been preparation for this, his final objective. He was about to reclaim Japanese territory lost in the war, open Soviet age. For Japan, and pillage the world's leading space program all in one synergistic strike. Best of all, he was going to do it using foreign, Gaijin money. Any Yakuza understood well the truth of that classic banking precept. If a man owes you $100, you have power over him. If he owes you $1 million, he has power over you. Tanzan Mino, his subordinate, knew, had no intention of handing over $500 billion of Yakuza capital to a Soviet Union, Japan's longtime military adversary. Only a fool would risk that kind of financial exposure, and Tanzan Mino was no fool, which was why he had arranged to tap into the most freewheeling capital pool of them. All Eurodollars. The money would be raised in London from thousands of anonymous investors through a standard bait and switch, then passed through Tokyo banks. No one, least of all the stupid Soviets, would have the slightest idea what was going on. The scenario was brilliant. Japanese financial, industrial, and technological muscle used in concert to realize the ultimate strategic global coup. His lieutenants were unanimous in their admiration. The man's name is Vance. Tanzan Mino asked. Hi, Mino-sama, Michael Vance. We ran his name through the computer on the 11th floor, and the printout showed that he once was with the CIA. The open file ended almost exactly 8 years ago, however, and all information subsequent to that. Vance, CIA? He felt a sharp pain in his chest, a wrench. Hi, Mino-sama. The file says he was involved in some difficulties that arose over a clandestine funding arrangement, but the rest of our data here are restricted to be accessed only by your. Opening his file will not be necessary. Tanzan Mino's voice boomed from the shadows. As you wish. The Kaban bowed to the silhouette of his back, still puzzled. In any case, we have reason to believe he is connected to the NSA cryptographer. He continued nervously, disturbed by the Oyabun's change of mood. The woman we have. What? He snapped back from his reverie, his voice still part of the shadows from the window. We suspect that the terms he wants to discuss in exchange for the funds may involve her in some way. When our people questioned her in Greece, she claimed that a man named Vance had a duplicate copy of the protocol. At the time we had no idea, and now you think this is the same man? His steely eyes narrowed again. Hi, so Desu. It does lend credibility to his claim he has access to the funds, if he is involved in both our problems. He has been involved in my problems before. At last, he thought. This was going to be more poetic than he'd realized. If he knows where the protocol is, then he thinks he is dealing from a position of strength, Tanzan. Ino allowed himself a tiny smile. I would like to contact him directly through the secure facilities at Westminster Union. Hi, Mino-sama. The man bowed again. I can so inform Nagami-san in London. Below, in the blazing streets of Ueno, the traffic continued to flow. Time was slipping away. Authorize it. He turned back, his silver hair backlighted from the window. Once we have him, perhaps both problems can be solved at once. And he told him, Elf, I can finally settle an account that has been outstanding far too long. But I want this solved. Now, no more delays and bungling. The sharpness in his voice momentarily startled Nico, who growled her readiness for another stay. Ick then dropped into a defensive crouch. Hi, Mino-sama. A sharp, crisp bow. I will transmit your wishes to Nagami-san immediately. What news do we have of the woman? We know she is in London. Our people there have located the hotel where she is staying. Then don't waste any more time. Already 2 attempts by my London Oyabun to recover the protocol have been mishandled. He sacrificed 3 men, 2 of them were like sons to me. Now I'm beginning to think Vance was responsible. We still do not know what happened in Greece. The dark-eyed Kaban watched with relief as Nico returned her attention to the window, tail switching. Authorities there advised that all our men were found shot, 1 in Crete and 2 at Delphi. They have an investigation underway. but they only will say that different weapons were used in each case. They will be avenged. Tanzan Mino flexed his knuckles together thoughtfully, feeling his resolve strengthen. I am sending 4 carbon to London tonight. My personal Boeing is being fueled and readied as we speak. Tell them I will radio initial instructions after they are in flight. Further orders will be channeled through the Docklands office. But the man Vance, if the woman is part of the deal, he wants an order to forward the funds, then. That is all. His dark eyes had grown strangely opaque. As soon as I've completed my arrangement with him, they will kill her. Tuesday. 2:00 p.m. The meeting was in the north quadrant of the Hokkaido facility in the senior staff briefing room. The project Kuriravat, Ivan Semenovich Lemontov, was at the head of the table as co-moderator. Flanked on his left was Petr Ivanovich Gladkov, the youthful director of aeronautics Felix Vasilovich Budnikov, robust director of flight control systems, and Andrei Petrovich Androv, director of propulsion systems, on Lemontov's. It was the other co-moderator, the Japanese project director, Taro Ikeda. Seated across the metal table, facing them all, was Yuri Andreevich Androv. We will begin today's agenda by reviewing Monday morning's test flight. Ikeda began, speaking in Russian. He was chairing the meeting as though by mutual consent. Soviet booster technology and aerodynamic know-how might be what made the project go, but when all was said and done, it was the money that talked. And the project financing was Japanese. The pilot's report will be our first item. Yuri nodded and glanced at the notes on the table before him. Make this quick, he told himself. I'm happy to report that, once again, the handling characteristics of the vehicle correlated closely with our up and away simulation in the Fujitsu SX-10. On takeoff, the vehicle rotated very nicely into a lift-off attitude of 6.5 degrees. My target attitude was 7.5 degrees, and once I'd captured that, I accelerated out to 700 knots, then climbed to 49,000 feet for the first series of maneuver blocks, the roll maneuvers, pitch maneuvers, and yaw maneuvers intended to verify handling characteristics and control activity at high altitude. As on all other flights, the directional stability was excellent, with a very large restoring moment. In the yaw maneuvers, one rudder kick gave me an overshoot, but the vehicle immediately steadied, and the pitch maneuvers again showed that her actuating system enhances stability very fast. In fact, all maneuvers matched our simulations within acceptable limits. I also did some banks up to 50 degrees to get the stick force as I pulled back. The turn performance matched specifications, with very little control activity required. I also carried out some bank-to-bank maneuvers to get the roll rates. The block included quarter stick, half stick, and three-quarter stick, very stable. The augmented controls did not move out, that is, move around a lot. He paused for breath, stealing a glance at the room. Just bury them in data. Overload, he thought. Don't give them time to ask questions. Before anyone could speak, he pressed on. I also took the vehicle through the prescribed block of throttle maneuvers. Remember that in ramjet mode, the engines are fan-controlled, with all controls in the initial stage. As scheduled, I pulled all the throttles to idle and then took them all the way up to rated thrust. And as always, they were very responsive and didn't have to hunt for their setting. Good, Ikeda said. But the main reason? Exactly. As scheduled, at 0210 hours, I terminated JP7 feed to the portside outboard Trident, causing an unstart. With asymmetric thrust, I expected adverse yaw, as in the raw maneuver, but the control system stabilized it immediately. I also assumed there'd be some side slip, so I put rudder in, but then I realized handling was going to be feet on the floor. This vehicle is a dream. He paused to smile. Anyway, I then initiated restart at 0219 hours. He shoved forward the documents piled by his side. These charts indicate that RPM achieved 90% nominal within 11 seconds. I've already reviewed those, Ikeda interrupted, not looking down. We are pleased with the results of your maneuver blocks, Major Androv, and also the vehicle's turboramjet restart characteristics. He cleared his throat. However, there was another maneuver last night that does not please us. Here it comes, Yuri thought. The fucker wants to know what happened. Get your story ready. As you are undoubtedly aware, Aikta continued, the Japanese space program has an advanced spacecraft tracking center at Tsukuba Science City, with 2 Facom M380R primary computers. The center is linked to a tracking antenna at Katsura, near Tokyo, as well as to one at the Masuda Station, near our spacecraft launch pads on Tanejashima. He glared at the younger Androv. You are cognizant of that, are you not? I am. He met Aikta's gaze. We engage those tracking stations for your test flights because of the altitudes involved. When Daedalus is airborne, all their other assignments are temporarily shunted to our deep space tracking facility on Okinawa in the south. He paused again, as though to control his anger. In other words, we have arranged it so that stations at Katsura and Masuda are dedicated to your flights whenever you take her aloft. You are aware of that as well? Of course. Yuri started to smile, but stopped himself. Then we are puzzled, Major Androv. How do you explain the following events? At 0230 hours, you shut down your air traffic control transponder. That was proper, since you were scheduled to switch to classified frequencies. But you did not report immediately on those frequencies as specified in the mission flight plan. For approximately 12 minutes, we had no navigational information from you whatsoever. Also, radio and computer linkages were interrupted. An inadvertent mistake, Yuri's. Edge shifting? We thought so at first. In fact, both our tracking stations automatically performed a computerized frequency scan, thinking you'd switched to the wrong channels by accident, but you had not. You deliberately terminated all communications. We want to know why. I was pretty busy in the cockpit just then. I guess. Yes, we assumed you would be, since you insisted on shutting down the navigational computers, Aikta continued, his voice like the ice. A wind whistling across the island. We find your next action particularly troubling. At that time we still had you on tracking radar, and we observed that as soon as the transponder was turned off, you altered your heading 104 degrees south, over the Japan Sea. Then you performed some unscheduled maneuver, perhaps a snap roll, and immediately began a rapid descent. At that moment we lost you on the radar. With no radio contact, we feared it was a flame out that you'd crashed the vehicle. But then, at exactly 0242 hours, you reappeared on the Katsura radar, ascending at 38,000 feet. At that time, radio contact also was resumed. Aikta paused, trying to maintain his composure. What explanation do you have for this occurrence, and for what appeared to be an explicit radar evasion maneuver? I don't know anything about the radar. I just wanted to check out handling characteristics under different conditions. It was only a minor add-on to the scheduled maneuvers, which is why you didn't include it in your flight report. Aikta's dark eyes bored into him. Is that what you expect us to assume? The Soviet team was exchanging nervous glances. They all knew Yuri Androv was sometimes what the Americans called a cowboy, but this unauthorized hot-dogging sounded very irresponsible. None of them had heard about it until now. And oversight, there was so much, Major Androv, Aikta interrupted him. You are on official leave from the Soviet Air Force. No one in this room has the military rank to discipline you. But I would like you to know that we view this action as a very grave circumstance. You're right, it was stupid. Time to knuckle under, he thought. Let me formally apologize to the project management here and now. It was a grave lapse of judgment on my part. Yuri Andreevich, I must say I'm astonished, the elder Androv finally spoke up. I had no idea you would ever take it into your head to do something like this, to violate a formal test sequence. He smiled weakly. I like to try and expand the envelope a little, see what a new bird's got in her. And he told himself I did. Just now. I found out two things. First, I can evade the bastards tracking stations by switching off the transponder, then going on the deck. I can defeat their network and disappear. I needed to find out if it could be done, and now I have great. Ike's other little slip merely confirms what I'd begun to suspect. This fucking plane is designed to. Major Androv, this unacceptable behavior must not be repeated. Ike's eyes were filled with anger, and his tone carried an unmistakable edge of threat. Do you understand? Never. This project has far too much at stake to jeopardize. If by going outside stipulated procedure, I understand. Yuri bowed his head. Do you? The project director's voice rose uncharacteristically. If any such reckless action is ever repeated, I warn you now that there will be consequences, very grave consequences. Bet your ass there'll be consequences, Yuri thought. Because the next time I do it, I'm going to smoke out Mino Industries' whole game plan. There'll be consequences like you never dreamed of, you a talking, scheming son of a bitch. Tuesday, 8:46 p.m. What does it tell you? Yuri shaded his eyes from the glare of the hangar fluorescents and pointed, directing his father's gaze toward the dark gray of the fuselage above them. The old man squinted and looked up. Can you see it? The underside is darker and it's honeycombed. The air scoops, even the engine housings everywhere. Very faint, but it's there. Andrei Androv stared a moment before he spoke. Interesting. Odd, I hadn't noticed it before, but I assume that's just part of the skin under support. Wrong. Just beneath the titanium composite exterior is some kind of carbon ferrite material, deliberately extruded into honeycomb. But you almost can't see it in direct light. He placed his hand on his father's shoulder. Now come on and let me show you something else. He led the elder Androv toward the truck-mounted stair, gleaming steel, that led up into the open hatch just aft of the wide wings. Let's go up into the aft cargo bay. That's where it's exposed. Japanese technicians and mechanics were scurrying about, paying them virtually no heed as they mounted the steel steps and then disappeared into the cavernous underbelly of the Daedalus. The interior of the bay was lighted along the perimeter with high-voltage sodium lamps. Have you ever been inside here? Yuri's voice echoed slightly as he asked the question. Then Wei. Did he already suspected the answer? Of course. The propulsion staff all had a quick tour several months ago, back before, just what I suspected. A quick walkthrough. Now I want you to see something else. I'm going to perform an experiment on this aluminum strut. He extracted a pocket knife and quickly opened it. This frame looks like metal, right? But watch. He rammed the blade into the supporting I-beam that ran along the side of the cargo bay. Yuri, what? It had passed through almost as though the beam were made of styrofoam. It's not metal. It's a layered carbon-carbon composite, just like the flaps, a damned expensive material, even for them. For the leading edges, maybe even all the exterior, it makes sense, because of the skin temperature in the hypersonic regime. But why in here? Inside. Why use it for these interior structural components? Perhaps it was to economize on weight, I don't know. The old man wrinkled his already wrinkled brow. Wrong again. Now look up there. He directed his father's gaze to the ceiling of the bay. Notice how the lining is sawtooth-shaped. I've seen this kind of design before. Weight's not the reason. So what are you saying? The old man's confusion was genuine. You're out of touch with the real world, he smiled grimly. Maybe you've been buried at Baikonur too long with your head in string quartets and classical Greek. This carbon-carbon composite is used for all the structural elements. There's virtually no metal in this plane at all. And the shape of the fuselage, all those sweeping curves and streamlining. It's probably smart aerodynamic design, sure, but it serves another purpose too. This vehicle has been well thought out. What do you mean? Don't you get it? Radar. The shape of the fuselage is deliberately designed to diffuse and deflect radar, and all that honeycombing on the underside is radar absorbing. Then this in here. The carbon-carbon composites used for this airframe and that sawtoothing up there will just absorb what radar energy does get through. He turned back. This vehicle is as radar-defeating as the U.S. stealth armor, maybe more so. Some of our experimental planes use the same techniques. But why? I don't understand. There's no reason. You're right about that. There's no need for all this radar-evasive design, all these special materials. Unless he paused, then checked below to make sure that no technicians were within earshot. Last night, when I took her down, I maintained the yaw at 90 degrees, making sure their tracking antenna at Katsura could only see the unders. Eyed of the fuselage, and guess what? The real story slipped out there at the meeting. This plane just vanished off their radar screens, disappeared, but now Ikeda knows I know. The elder Androv stared at him. For years people had told him his son was too smart to be a jet jockey. They were right. All these years he'd never given him enough credit. I think I'm beginning to understand what you're saying. For a space platform to have, exactly. The underside of this vehicle has an almost non-existent radar signature. Probably about like a medium-sized bird. All you'd have to do is darken it some more and it's gone. Now what the hell's the purpose? The elder Androv didn't respond immediately. He was still puzzling over the staff meeting. He'd never seen the project director so upset. Admittedly, Yuri had violated procedures and violated them egregiously. But still, Ikeda's flare of anger was a side of the man not previously witnessed by anybody on the Soviet team. Also, he continued to wonder at their sudden rush to a hypersonic test flight. Pushing it ahead by months had created a lot of fast-track problems. Why was Mino Industries suddenly in such a hurry? And now this mystery. Yuri was right. An air-breathing orbital platform for near-space research didn't need to evade radar. The world would be cheering it, not shooting at it. Very puzzling and troubling. Yuri, you've got a point. None of this makes any sense. Damned right it doesn't. And there's more. You should see the ECM equipment on this thing, the electronic countermeasures for defeating hostile surveillance and defense systems. It's all state-of-the-art. Androv's dark eyes clouded. Why wasn't I informed of any of this? Your propulsion team, your aeronautics specialists, all your technical people have been given green eye shades and assigned neat little compartments. Nobody's getting the whole picture. Besides, I don't know anybody here who's really on top of the latest classified stealth technology. Well, the truth is none of us has had time to think about it. The old man had never seemed older. Let me tell you a secret. Yuri lowered his voice to something approaching a whisper. Lermontov has thought about it. Our little project Kurirovat, that Sisu hack, thinks he's going to take this plane back home and copy the design to build a fleet of hypersonic, whatever you want to call these invisible death machines, maybe. He hinted as much to me about 4 nights ago. I absolutely won't hear of it. Andrei Androv's eyes were grim with determination. My dear father, you. Or he used the affectionate Russian diminutive. You may not have a damned thing to say about it. I'm convinced Lermontov, or whoever gives him his orders, has every intention of trying to convert this vehicle into a weapons delivery system. And Mino Industries, I also now believe, has already built one. Right here, it's ready to go. But whichever way, space research is way down everybody's list. So the real question is, who's going to try and fuck who first? The last person able to answer that question is me. The old man's eyes were despondent as he ran his fingers through his long mane of white hair. Yuri laughed and draped his arm around his father once again. Well, nobody else around here seems to know either or care. But what are we going to do? I've got a little plan cooking. I don't want to talk about it now, but let's just say I'm going to screw them all, count on it. Book 2, Chapter 13. Tuesday, 9:31 a.m. When Michael Vance walked into the third-floor trading room of Kenji Nagami's Westminster Union Bank, it had just opened for morning business. Computer screens were scrolly. Green numbers. Traders in shirt sleeves were making their first calls to Paris and Zurich. The pounds and dollars and Deutschmarks and yen were starting to flow. Nagami, in a conservative charcoal black suit, nervously led the way. His last in office was situated on the corner, close to the floor action, with only a low partition to separate him from the yells of traders and the clack of computers. It was his Japanese style of hands-on management, a oneness with the troops. England, the land that virtually invented class privilege, had never seen anything remotely comparable with this. But there was something ominous about his mood as he rang for morning tea. Vance noticed it. The openness of the previous afternoon was gone, replaced by a transparent unease. A uniformed Japanese office lady brought their brew, dark and strong, on a silver service with thin Wedgwood cups. Vance needed it. His nightcap with Eva at the Savoy had lasted almost 2 hours, but when it was finished, part of the play was in place. First thing this morning, still recovering from last night's encounter, they had shared a pot of English breakfast, and then she'd gone back to work on the translation of the protocol. He was still waking up. Michael, I received a reply. All Nagami's synthetic British bonhomie had evaporated. I think he is willing to talk. However, there are terms, and his people want to see you. He also mentioned. And all parties, I take it others are involved. There is someone else. His hangover was dissipating rapidly now, thanks to the tea, but I think she's had all the contact she's going to have with his people. Nagami glanced up sharply. I don't know what this is about, but the meeting could be held on neutral ground. I assure you there would be nothing to fear. Tell him he can forget it. You're free to telex back your own conditions. He shrugged, then tried to smile. I'm merely the messenger here. I have no idea what this is about, and I don't think I really want to know. I'll try my best to keep you out of it, but that may not be entirely possible. Michael, I've handled my part of our bargain. I've it up the dialogue. Nagami's voice was barely audible above the din of traders. What about yours? I'm still working on it. There isn't much time. His brow wrinkled. Some kind of preliminary offering has to be scheduled tomorrow, the day after at the latest. Well, why not get rolling? Doing that should help smoke out an answer for you, for everybody. What do you mean? If the bonds are really, but first let's see what Tokyo's got to say. Is there a deal or not? Perhaps his reply will give you some idea. He removed a shiny sheet of paper from a manila envelope and passed it over. It's why I rang you so early. It was telexed here, using our secure lines during the night. See what you make of it. I must admit I find it a trifle cryptic. As Vance took the sheet, it reminded him fleetingly of the paper Alex Novosty had given him that morning atop the Acropolis. The heading was exactly the same. Yep, he thought. We've hit pay dirt. Across the top was one line of type, bold and assertive. The Daedalus Corporation Advisory received 2315 hours. CEO has reviewed and requests direct contact with all parties immediately. The money must be received by Shokin Geigoku no later than close of business tomorrow, Tokyo time. Authorize reply through secure facilities at Westminster Union. No other communication channel acceptable. Looks like he went for it. Vance handed back the sheet. If you want to reply, you can use our telex here, just as he asks. Ken, how good is his word? If he agrees to lay off, will he stick to it? Or should I be expecting a double cross, Oh, his style of operation pretty well. What do you think? For my own part, I've always been able to trust him. He has a reputation for doing what he says. Maybe that's all about to change. He's always played for big stakes, but this time it's a whole new level. It's global, and I've got a feeling he's not going to let niceties stand in the way. It could be his last big score. And the Eurodollar debentures he wants me to underwrite? Nagami stud. Eat him. You already know what they're for, don't you? I think I might have a rough idea. I suspected as much, he sighed. All right then, how do you want to handle this? To begin with, no direct contact. Everything goes through third parties. You can send the reply. I'm not going to start out using his rules. Bad precedent. And I want him to know that if anything happens to either of us, he gets nailed. The protocol goes to the newspapers. The protocol. Nagami's brow furrowed again. He'll know what I mean. We just need to use the word. As you wish. And the message? That if he'll keep his end of the bargain and lay off, then he can access the money. But part of the deal is I plan to Keep a line on it, at least for the time being. What do you mean? To start out, it's going to be handled in the tried and true hot money way. The 100 million will be used to purchase British gilts, which will then be held here at the bank and used as collateral for a loan. The standard laundry cycle, Nagami smiled, almost makes me nostalgic for the old days. It's only going to be standard up to a point. After that, the setup gets a twist. The loan will then be used to acquire a special 100 million first issue of those Mino Industries corporate debentures you're supposed to float, to be bought entirely by me. And thus he gets his funds, all freshly laundered and clean and untraceable. Nagami nodded approvingly. Style, Michael, style, you always. Yes and no. You see, I never really let go. Instead of 10-year zero coupons, those debentures are going to be a little unique. They'll be redeemable at any time by the holder on 24 hours notice. And you'll be the holder. Nagami suddenly seemed considerably less pleased, only indirectly. I'll assign power of attorney to a third party, if any unfortunate accidents happen to me or to another individual I'll specify. The bonds will be redeemed immediately. And if he defaults, doesn't pony up the full 100 million on the spot, he can kiss the rest of his big scheme goodbye, because a default by Mino Industries would make the front page of the Financial Times. He won't be able to give away the rest of that bogus paper. He's instant history in this town. Michael, Nagami's frown deepened. I've never heard of. He gets his money all right. But I retain a firm grip on his cojones. Those are pretty rugged terms. I doubt he'll agree. It's the only way we play. He gets his money cleaned, but I come away with $100 million insurance policy. I hope we can. Business, because otherwise he'll never see those funds, period, guaranteed. Then if you'll word the language the way you want it, I'll transmit it. He paused. But I can tell you right now he will not be happy. This is very irregular. Also, I'm not sure I want to start issuing those Mino Industries debentures, no matter what their maturities. Once on that road, how will I ever turn back? You're putting me on the spot here. You'll be taken care of. Look, Ken, we can stop the man from selling phony Mino Industries paper to European suckers. Nobody can. If you back away, he'll just make an end run around you and arrange it some other way. We both know that. So what am I supposed to do? Set up what I want to get me some leverage. I'll take it from there. It's not just the 100 million he'll have hanging over his head. There's also the protocol I mentioned. I want him to know I'm in a position to go public with it if he doesn't lay off. That, together with the threat of exposing his plan to defraud Eurodollar tax dodgers, should be enough to keep him in line. Whatever you say. He looked dubious, but I'm convinced nothing is going to go forward with out a meeting. There'll be no getting around it. Let's just send that telex and find out. Tuesday, 12:54 p.m. And we'll be doing it using Mino Industries debentures? Novosty listened, startled. Corporate bonds? The black Mercedes, heavily tinted, bulletproof windows, was parked on the side street behind the Savoy, just above Victoria Embankment Gardens. Vance and Alex Novosty were in the front seat. Vance had the keys. It was part of the deal. That's going to be our collateral. We're going to put them up as surety with one of the go-go Japanese banks here and borrow back the 100 million. If I understand this right, the money's going to be in two places at once. Mike? It's smoke and mirrors. You care? If the Japanese banks here won't lend on bearer bonds from Mino Industries, what the hell will they do? You'll have your cash clean and be over the hill before the whole thing goes down the drain. Now, I have to do this, don't I? He sighed. I have to front the street action, both this and the other part. It's give and take, Alex. Nobody in this car's a virgin. You've done worse. Besides, think of it this way. In a couple of days, you'll have your 100 million back and maybe you can go home again in one piece. I'm saving your two-timing Russian ass for Chris' sake, so I expect a little gratitude. I suppose I should be thankful, but somehow he was lighting us. Cigarette. After the black lighter clicked shut, he peered through the cloud of smoke. But what about you? Where can you go when this house of cards collapses? You know it will, it has to. Eva and I'll both be out of here too, God willing. He paused, his mind racing. Okay, now tell me what else you know about this prototype. Novosty's voice was weary. You guessed correctly. I've been afraid to talk about it to anybody, but now you're right. It's an advanced airplane. That's... Well, I know for sure. The word I hear is that it's faster than anything the world has ever seen. Much faster. A marvel of high technology. We suspected that from the runway. He glanced out the tinted windows. The late morning above the Thames was still only a glimmer through the misty haze. Exactly how fast is it supposed to be? Many, many times the speed of sound. 10, maybe even 20, who knows? I think the project is at least a decade ahead of the US or Europe. It's almost ready for a first full test flight, or so I understand. Needless to say, it's supposedly intended for peaceful uses, space research, but get serious. Tanzan plays for keeps all the way, and you were laundering the seed money for the deal. When I got involved, I had no idea. Novosty drew on his cigarette. I swear it. When Viktor Fedorovich Volodin asked me to help, he said it was merely part of a secret trade agreement. The hardliners were being kept out of it. Now I realize he probably didn't know the real story either. Right. It was only later that I pieced together the rest, about the prototype and its capabilities. Figure it out? Meh. Eno Industries is about to become the ultimate arms supplier to the world, sole retailer of the newest must-have weapon. And the Soviets and the Americans get to join each other neck and neck in a debt race, buying them up. Your military is just like ours. They never saw a new weapon system they didn't like. Inevitably. He was trying to keep his composure, but I don't see how you can stop it. We're going to start by nailing the Godfather in his tracks, and you're part of the team, so you've got to keep yourself together. Remember our agreement last night, what you have to do. Michael, Tanzan is running out of time. I hear that the prototype can't be unveiled or the protocol brought before the Diet for a vote until the powers in the Liberal Democratic Party are well placated. This time it's not just insider stock trading info he's giving out. It's laundered cash. Since the money's still here in London, he's very upset. You say you think the whole thing is scheduled to go forward in less than a week. Vance studied him. But it's possible only if the 100 million is there in hand. Bribes, my friend, or as they call it, kasehi, all the way up and down the line. He smiled wryly and rubbed at his beard. Michael, you of all people should know how things work over there. Very little has changed, really, from the old days when the CIA was running half of Japan's politicians. It's an honorable tradition to take care of the right people, but the timing is crucial. No kasehi payoffs, no deal. That's what I hear. Everybody knows the Diet is a rubber stamp. Everything is decided at the top, a consensus among the leaders of the Liberal Democratic Party. But the behind-the-scenes powers in the LDP refuse to endorse such a controversial prospect, a partnership with Russia, unless it's worth their while. At least that's what I hear. So the payoff money must be distributed in tidy, untraceable bundles with fancy gift wrappings and bows. It's the traditional way, Michael. The dictates of proper etiquette. You know the system. Then it shouldn't be too hard to deal with the man at the top. He's in a bind. I seriously doubt he will be in a mood for compromise this time. He's used to getting what he wants, no questions asked. Novosty's dark eyes were knowing. I shouldn't think that would be news to you, considering how you... It has a familiar ring, but this time maybe it'll be different. Michael, I'm in a hopeless position, you know that. If the funds aren't delivered to Tokyo, and soon, God only knows what will happen. But if I don't return the money to Moscow, I am also a dead man. I don't see any realistic way out of this. Either way, I'm finished. There is no way $100 million can be in two places at once. Smoke and mirrors, like you said, smoke and mirrors. He shoved the key into the ignition and the engine roared to life. Look, we're dealing with perceptions now, and a tight schedule. When this thing explodes, the money's going to be the least of anybody's problems. You're right. There's also the matter of the protocol. If it's leaked before the treaty is formally announced, I'll be blamed. We'll be blamed. He will track us to the ends of the earth. You know it and I know it. It's a poker game. To win, you just have to keep up the bluff. The problem Michael, is that he's not bluffing. Tuesday, 1:23 p.m. As you can see, it's all just numbers. Eva was speaking in Russian as she pointed to the screen. That's how I received it, and the NSA Cray supercomputer I ran it through couldn't find the DES key? Interesting. Vera Karanova studied the lines of ice blue numbers, then turned and gazed out the hotel room window. The late morning traffic blared on the Strand. But I know what must be. In it, it is a sellout. Otherwise, our intelligence service would have been informed. You're free to make any assumptions you like. I'm still trying to find something that will crack it. Vera studied her with dark, unbelieving eyes. We know you are. The best there is. I find it hard to believe that. Well, take it or leave it. Eva switched off the computer and turned around. I'm still working on it. I haven't given up yet. With a sigh, Comrade Karanova eased herself gracefully onto the plush couch in the sitting area, then she exhaled impatiently. We know something will happen any day now. Are you sure you did not break any part of the encryption? She looked up. No dates, no deadlines? Nothing. Eva poured more cold tea into her china cup. She did not bother offering seconds to her Russian guest. The time was approaching noon, and she'd only gotten 2 hours of translating done. The day was slipping away, and her head still hurt from a dregs of alcohol. Then you have nothing to tell me. We are all wasting time, Vera declared finally, rising. Michael will keep his end of the bargain, don't worry. Moving money is his specialty. So I'm told. But if he does not return the embezzled funds by the end of the week, if he said he'll handle it, he'll handle it. Eva handed her the fur coat that had been tossed across their rumpled bed. It was real sable, the genuine article. She used to have one too. Now, if you don't mind. As we agreed, I have arranged for an individual from our embassy to be here outside your door around the clock. The first shift came this morning with me and is here now. Inconspicuous, he is wearing a tradesman's uniform. How about the lobby? I have also arranged for one of our people to be there as well. We haven't informed the hotel staff for obvious reasons, so we will rotate our people downstairs to avoid suspicion. Is that the best you can do? It's the best I intend to do. Her voice was cold. Getting even this much for you was not easy. None of this is happening officially. I had to pull strings. It's appreciated. I'll know the extent of your appreciation when the embezzled funds are returned. Naturally, Eva said and opened the door. As promised, there was indeed an overweight Russian security man standing there, wearing an ill-fitting telephone repairman's coveralls. His looks wouldn't have deceived anybody, but maybe that was the point. She waited till Vera Karanova disappeared into the elevator, and then she turned back, flashing a thin smile at her new bodyguard. He didn't look very competent, but he was probably better than nothing, probably. Unless he wasn't there to protect them, unless he was there to make sure they didn't check out and disappear. Okay, back to work. She closed the door and locked it. Then she took a deep breath, clicked on the Z inith, and called up the active file. The part of the protocol she'd translated this morning had begun expanding on the elements of the pending deal. The Soviets were agreeing to open their space program completely to the Japanese, effectively making it a joint venture. In return, Mino Industries and the Japanese government would join with the USSR to create a new trade bloc comprising all the Asian economic dynamos that currently were allies of the United States. Russia shared some islands, along with its space expertise, and in return it got bottomless financing and a trading axis with Japan that would, eventually, totally undermine America's hegemony in the Pacific. The new economic alliance and Orwellian Eastasia would have the USSR as one superpower cornerstone, Japan the other. 7. Within 60 days of the formal delivery of the prototype, the USSR will provide representatives of Mino Industries Group with full and unrestricted access to all facilities at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. The space program of the USSR will be integrated with that of Japan, all personnel, equipment, and launch facilities being operated thereafter as a single, unified entity. Future costs of the combined space program will be borne equally by Japan and the USSR. Japanese satellites and Japanese astronauts subsequently will be launched from either the Baikonur Cosmodrome or the Tanegashima Space Center as schedules mandate. 8. Although the level of Japanese-Soviet trade is currently twice that between the United States and the Soviet Union, it accounts for only 1.5% of total Japanese overseas trade. Through joint ventures arranged by Mino Industries Group, this amount will be increased over the ensuing 5-year period to a sum representing not less than 10% of all Japanese foreign trade. All tariff barriers between the USSR and Japan will be phased out over the same 5-year period. 9. As part of an Asian trade and diplomatic initiative, the USSR will join with Mino Industries Group to begin governmental and private steps toward establishing a Pacific Basin tariff-free trade zone encompassing the USSR, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, Taiwan, Vietnam, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Indonesia. All offices, contracts, and trade agreements currently held by Mino Industries Group will henceforth be reopened to encompass the representatives and interests of the USSR. It boggled Eva's mind. The alliance might be partly military, but the Japanese and the Soviets were no fools. They realized full well that the real battleground of the next century would be an economic struggle, with the ultimate aim of every country being to surpass the United States. She stared at the blue screen, mesmerized. This secret protocol was a detailed battle plan whereby the Soviets and the Japanese provided each other exactly what they'd need to emerge as the dominant superpowers of the 21st century. Synergism in high-tech, control of space, a trade bloc, defense alliance, all of it was there. But governments weren't that smart. They usually had to be dragged into doing what was sensible strategically, which meant that this whole scenario had to be the brainchild of some private genius. Only one man in Japan, according to Michael, had the money and clout to put a deal like this together. His name was Tanzan Mino, a Yakuza god. Father, incredible, what other bombshells did the protocol hold? She wondered. What was left, the answer to that last remaining question, was the prototype. It had to be the weapon to end all weapons, great. But did the Soviets really know what they were getting into? The euphoria of the night before was rapidly dissipating. There were too many chances for the plan to slip up. Mike always figured he could play these things close on the wind, tempt fate, but he hadn't always been lucky. Sometimes his luck ran out, and somehow she had a feeling this was about to be one of those times. Tuesday, 1:28 p.m. Sato-sama, Ohio gozaimasu. Kenji Nagami rose, then bowed low as Jiro Sato and his dark-suited bodyguard were ushered into the Westminster Union Bank's upstairs dining room. The walls were ice gray, with a gold-leafed Momoyama screen depicting a fierce eagle perched on a pine branch mounted on one side. On the other, as a modern oil painting, an impressionistic rendering of the rising sun of the Japanese flag. Both were symbols intended to impress Nagami's city guests with Japan's new financial power. Ohio. Jiro Sato nodded lightly in return, signifying his superior rank. In the floor-to-ceiling mirror at the far end of the room, his light gray hair had turned to blue steel in the subdued lighting. It now matched the hardness of his eyes. Jiro Sato, born in Osaka 60 years ago, was the Mino Gumi's London Oyabun, the man in charge. He had lean cheeks and wore a pinstriped suit and dark sunglasses that further camouflaged his already expressionless eyes. His dark felt hat almost looked like a bowler, although that traditional city headwear was no longer de rigueur in London's financial district. Had it been, he most certainly would have worn one. Blending in was what he was all about. Nagami waited until his guest had settled into one of the molded birch chairs at the end of the long oak table. Then he seated himself and clapped for sake. The banker's personal chef, a licensed artisan he had stolen from Tokyo's exclusive Edo club, was already preparing raw fugu, the sometimes lethal blowfish, to be served with scorching wasabi on rare Shino ware. It was a Japanese power lunch, Jiro Sato's career and that of Kenji Nagami had been entwined for 30 years. They had always been. In charge of Tanzan Mino's financial matters, had never worked at street level. No tattoos, no missing finger digits. They were part of the brains, not the brawn, of the Minogumi, although they both knew that a certain bond issue of €100 billion was the purpose of the luncheon. They gave no hint as their traditional small talk began with saucers of sake, and a learned discussion of the Momoyama screen on the wall, thought to have been commissioned by the shogun Iyatomi Hideyoshi at the end of the 16th century. From there, chat expanded to the glories of Momoyama art. Then the nightingale floors of Shogun Hideyoshi's Kyoto Palace beveled boards designed to announce silent intrude. And finally, to Hideyoshi's betrayal at the hands of Ieyasu Tokugawa. The oblique topics were standard, the Japanese way of beginning a business meeting. Jiro Sato's official position was CEO of the London-based Nippon Shipbuilding Company. In that role, he supervised the Minogumi's London interests with an iron hand, as was expected by those who served him, and by his superiors in Tokyo. Nippon Shipbuilding built no ships, nor had it for 20 years. Instead, it laundered Tanzan Mino's hot money. Funds flashed daily over the satellite link from Tokyo, and investments ranged from real estate to British gilts to the most arcane products of the financial markets. Money laundering was but the latest enterprise of the Yakuza, an ancient brotherhood rooted in over 300 years of Japanese history. The kana symbols for the syllables Yakuza were the same as those for the numbers 8, 9, and 3 a total of 20, which was a losing number in Japanese gaming. The losers. That was what the Japanese underworld, with ironic humility, had chosen to call itself. In earlier centuries, the Yakuza were carnival operators, gamblers, fast-moving purveyors of questionable wares. They also took it upon themselves to be a kind of private militia, protecting a defenseless citizenry from the predations of aristocratic warlords. They were, in their own minds at least, Robin Hoods who championed the common man, while also, not incidentally, catering to his penchant for entertainment, excitement, and sin. These days the Yakuza considered themselves the last heirs of the samurai, but they still supplied escapism, be it in the form of nightclubs, gambling, or amphetamines. And in so doing, they had grown fabulously rich. Jiro Sato's job in London was to reinvest and clean a portion of that wealth. Nippon Shipbuilding was headquartered in an 8-story building in the new Docklands redevelopment. Yet another expensive architectural nonentity in that multi-billion-dollar new city on the banks of the Thames, downriver from the financial district. It was, in many ways, the perfect location for a Yakuza beachhead. Unlike the older parts of London, Docklands was ready-made for the parvenu, since everything there was new and anonymous, yet it stood only minutes away from the city, the best of both worlds. The London operation was going well, and with the recent construction of their new Docklands financial complex, at a cost of £50 million sterling, matters were on a solid footing. Jiro Sato's relations with Kenji Nagami had, until today, been conducted within the strict social dictates of Yakuza etiquette. As the London Oyabun, he had, in fact, bent the rules in journeying into the city for their meeting today. Convention required that Nagami should have come to him. However, a recent turn of events necessitated a new concern with discretion. A muckraking series in the Telegraph 2 months before had accused the Nippon Shipbuilding Company of being an organized crime front. Consequently, he now had to take pains not to connect his own operations with the workings of Westminster Union. It was better all around if Kenji Nagami were not seen entering the Docklands office by some snooping newspaper hack. Nagami was a useful asset who needed to be kept above press speculation. Also, Jiro Sato was beginning to wonder if the banker would actually have come. Kenji Nagami was rapidly losing touch with the old ways. None of this would ever have been known from the Light talk at lunch. It was only when the meal was over, and the staffers had discreetly absented themselves with deep bows, that things finally got down to matters at hand. But even then, as tradition required, the opening was Japanese and indirect. "Nagami-san," Sato Jiro said as he leaned back and reached for his fifth go of sake. "Do you recall the famous story comparing the three great shoguns who ruled during that unsettled period surrounding the Momoi? The tale says they each were once asked what they would do if they had a nightingale who refused to sing." Nagami nodded and sipped from his sake saucer. Of course he knew the story. Every Japanese did. "You doubtless recall that, Iyas." Tokugawa replied, "I will merely wait until it does sing." He was a patient man. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, by contrast, said he would prefer to try and reason with the bird, hoping to convince it to sing. He paused and smiled. "I'm's gentle persuasion does work." But the great warlord Oda Nobunaga declared he would just wring the wretched creature's neck. He had no patience with disobedience. Perhaps Ieyasu Tokugawa's answer was the wisest. "Sato-sama?" The banker's eyes were defiant. He also enjoyed the luxury of time, "Nagami-san. I suppose the pace of affairs was more leisurely back then." Sato set down his black raku sake saucer and lit a peace cigarette, the unfiltered Japan. Ease brand. These days' events do not always allow us such luxuries, no matter how much we might wish it. Sometimes it is necessary to proceed forcefully. There is always a problem when the bird finds the song is unsuitable. "Nagam." He again sipped from his own saucer, meeting Sato's gaze. "When the notes are discordant." Jiro Sato listened thoughtfully, appreciating Nagami's indirect and poetic answer. Then the banker went on. "Ninjo Sato-sama, for over centuries Ninjo has been what made our brotherhood unique. Are we to forget that now?" They both knew what he meant. Ninjo was uniquely Japanese because no other people in the world had Japan's sense of tribal unity. The Western terms chivalry or compassion carried only a superficial sense of ninjo. It was the inborn golden rule of Japanese culture that surfaced daily in expressions of racial togetherness, support, and cooperation. It also was a deep-seated part of the Yakuza tradition. Great Oyabun of the past liked to point out that the Yakuza's honoring of ninjo was what set their brotherhood apart from the American mafia. "The Yakuza have historically served the people," Nagami went on. "Yakuza do not run dishonest gambling tables, even if the victims are to be gaijin. It is not the Yakuza way to perpetrate fraud, which is what the CEO Eurobond issue amounts to." Jiro Sato did not offer to refute at the assertion. Instead, he replied from a different direction, his voice soft. "There is Ninjo, Nagami-san, and there is Jiri. Which do you respect more?" He knew he had just presented Nagami with a hopeless dilemma. Jiri. It was a word no gaijin could ever entirely comprehend. The closest a foreign language or a foreign mind could manage was duty. But that pale concept missed entirely the reverberations of moral obligation in Jiri. One could never fully repay such indebtedness, even with one's life. A Japanese called it the burden hardest to bear. A Yakuza's foremost expression of Jiri was to honor and obey his Oyabun, the great Oyabun of Japan's leading Yakuza syndic. Eights were more than merely godfathers. They were Confucian elders, patriarchs, wisdom figures who embodied all the traditions of the clan. Their authority was absolute and unquestioned. Kenji Nagami owed as much Jiri to Tanzan Mino as any man could. The Tokyo Oyabun had made him everything he was. It was an obligation he could never fully discharge. One look at his face told how his heart was torn. But as Jiro Sato studied Nagami's pained eyes, he was torn as well. Tokyo was near to losing confidence in him. The CEO had just announced by telex that team of Kaban had been posted to London to assist. But if the Oyabuns, Tokyo people had to step in and solve the problem, a lot more would be lost than finger digits. Finally, Nagami spoke, his voice firm. "Perhaps you will be pleased to learn, Sato-sama, that I am prepared to make certain preliminary accommodations. An initial offering of Europa will be formally issued tomorrow. That is a wise decision." Jiro Sato tried to disguise his surge of relief beneath a mask of unconcern. Nagami was going to go along after all. It will be for 100 million euro. Allers, the banker continued, and it is already fully subscribed in advance. Only 100 million, Sato felt his iron facade crack. What purpose? It will provide the immediate funds I understand are now needed. After that, we can discuss further steps. Further steps? Sato thought. Yes, the Tokyo Oyabun would definitely see to it that there were further steps. His bird would sing, or else. Kenji Nagami was acting as though obligation Jiri had ceased to exist, but such things were not possible. Jiri lasted forever. Did Nagami think the old ways no longer counted for anything? The debentures will be purchased by an American investor, Nagami went on, his voice cutting through the sile. His name is Vance. I have heard of him already. Sato felt his anger boil. Vance, he knew, had the Oyabun's 100 million and was trying to hold the entire scenario ransom. What he hadn't known until this instant was that Enji Nagami was helping him. Well, he thought, perhaps the two problems can be solved simultaneously. An example is going to be made of Vance, an example that will also serve to provide a certain recalcitrant bird a needed refresh. A course in Jiri. Yes, Jiro Sato thought, the CEO Kabun from Tokyo are going to arrive to find their work has been done. Enough face has been lost, not to mention 3 men. The situation is intolerable. The only way to again the London office's tattered honor, to avenge its disgrace, is to resolve the Vance situation immediately. Book 2, Chapter 14. Tuesday, 5:31 p.m. It's the best I can manage, Michael. Nagami's voice was apologetic. Nobody knows I keep this place, not even my wife. Afternoon business conferences. You catch my meaning? He smiled and walked on up the sandstone steps. The townhouse was in the quiet residential South Kensington section of London. From the outside, it looked to be the perfect safe house. So that's how the situation stands now. The anchor continued. Tanzan Mino has agreed to your terms. He even seemed to like the idea of laundering the 100 million one last time through a purchase of Mino Industries debentures. Now, we'll see if he sticks to his word. You've got leverage at the moment. He was fishing for his keys. Incidentally, I should tell you I broke the news to his London Oyabun here this afternoon about postponing the rest of the issue. He was not pleased. It's been a bad week for him. Are you planning to make this break with the organization permanent? Vance knew it was not something a Yakuza would do lightly. I'm still not sure. His voice was pained. I don't even know if I can. The long arm of the Tokyo Oyabun, plenty of reach. It's not just that. Nagami was inserting a large key into the front door, white with Georgian decorations and a leaded glass transom above. You understand the kind of obligation we Japanese must air for past favors. It's onerous, but all the same it's very real. We can't just say thanks for the memories. Jiri, Vance nodded. The burden? Ah, you know, yes, it's called Jiri and there's nothing we can do about it. He was witching on the hall light. Jiri rules our lives. Vance noticed the floor had a pristine carpet in conservative gray. A polished mahogany staircase led to the upper floors. Nice, Ken, very nice. The quintessential banker's pad. The entire building, my little indulgence. I keep a few antiques here, some of my art. You know, special things. Unfortunately, I don't have a chance to use it much these days. The friend I used to meet here, well, her husband was transferred back to Osaka, and I haven't had time to come up with a replacement. First things first, Ken, you should always make time for living. One of my few rules in life, you never get another shot. He laughed and opened the door. Eating from the hallway into the parlor suite, it smelled slightly musty from disuse. I'm better at giving advice than taking it too, old man. Touché. Vance shrugged, then looked around the spacious drawing room. It was furnished in standard English style with overstuffed chairs, a Victorian fireplace, an oak tea caddy and bar. But the 19th century appointments weren't what concerned him. Was it safe? Michael, We both may need this place if your plan doesn't work. I don't know where else I can go." He walked to the bar, a collection of bottles on the bottom tray of the caddy, and selected a flask of cognac. "Now could you repeat that story again? About the protocol. I must confess I'm dazzled." In a limousine driving up from Westminster Union, Vance had finally told him the real purpose of the bond issue, what the money was going to be used for. The banker had listened in silence, stunned. "Well, to make a long story short, you're being used in what's probably going to be the biggest shell game in history. Tanzanmino steals unsecured billions from European tax evaders and uses it to finance the opening of Russia's markets for Mino Industries. You're right. To bail out now. If he pulls it off, he'll look like a genius, but if it backfires and the truth comes out, you'll get full credit, not exactly a terrific downside. I didn't get this far exposing myself unnecessarily, and I don't intend to start now, not for him or anybody. Then we'll proceed with Plan A. This reminds me a lot of the old days." He laughed and poured a snifter for each of them. "Here's to the end of Jiri, and the beginning of a new la." If Vance clicked their glasses, then took a sip. "Now we need to get our coordination synchronized. Everything is ready at my end. Tomorrow morning I'll issue the zero-coupon debentures you're going to purchase, and you'll make the tray. After that I'll wire your 100 million to Tokyo, and Tanzanmino is taken care of. I've simultaneously arranged with Sumitomo Bank to accept that paper as collateral for a loan. You'll get the money from them on the spot. By the way, how do you want it? Just park it in gilts, through the trading desk at Moscow Narodny Bank, the new branch on St. Swithin's Lane." "Done," Nagami nodded. "Now how about the debentures that are Sumitomo's security? And mine, who's holding them? We Japanese still act like gentlemen, Michael, at least up to a point. They've agreed to let me hold them until we close our books at the end of the month. I did them a similar favor last year." He sipped at his brandy with satisfaction. "So you can still call them any time if, God help us, it comes to that. You'll have your leverage and Tanzanmino will know it. If you should have to call them and he defaults, he'll then have to answer to Sumitomo, and he wouldn't dare. I happen to know they hold a $40 million mortgage on his new office building down in the Docklands. They'd eat him and not even blink. There's some bad blood between them, though I don't know exactly what it is." "Okay, so far, so good." Vance looked around the room. "You're absolutely positive nobody knows about this place?" "It's been my little secret for 4 years now. I paid cash and I don't even report the expense. This is on my tax forms, which gives you some idea how I value my privacy. So there's absolutely no way anybody could know about it. You never came here in your limo?" "Only if I came without a driver, the way we did today." "Then it sounds clean." "This place is the least of your worries, Michael." He settled into a chair. "After my meeting this afternoon, I have an idea that the London Oyabun, Jiro Sato, has every intention of taking things into his own hands to try and break me. He's going to push the pace in swordsmanship. It's called Mukatsu Kasaru to Iu Koto. He's lost too much face. He can't let you get away with this and still control the organization. After the debacle in Greece, he's near to becoming a laughing stock among his own Kabun. Can't Tokyo manage him? Theoretically. But the organization is getting a little far-flung these days. I don't know. My instincts tell me he's going to take some face saving on his own. Just temporarily overlook any agreement you may have with the front office." He rose and splashed some more brandy into his glass. "It's going to get rough, that's all I know for sure. So the sooner you proceed with the rest of your plan, the better. Everything's ready. Then I suppose it's time we wished each other well and got going." Nagami finished off his brandy and dug the keys from his pocket. He jangled them a moment in his hand, and tossed them over. "Take them now. You might as well secure the place as we leave and start getting used to that tricky front door lock. There won't be any time to practice. Here's to you, Ken." Vance saluted him with the snifter, then "Ain't it? And many thanks. If you ever owed me any jiri, consider it paid." "That works both ways. I'm doing myself a favor too. I had to make a break. If this financing double cross of his backfires, it could turn into a worldwide scandal. I'd be ruined. Not to mention Westminster Union, which the regulators here would probably padlock, with scarcely concealed glee. It would merely confirm what everybody here wants to think about those win-at-any-cost Japanese. Ease days. Well, I appreciate it, I mean that. I'm sorry we didn't get to know each other better over the years. Vance tried locking the front door. It was difficult, as Nagami had warned, but finally it clicked securely. Outside, the evening air was brisk, with a few of Nagami's neighbors stoically walking large dogs and pretending to enjoy the ambience of London's chilly dusk. If we both live long enough, maybe we can try. You're one of the few Westerners I've known who ever really understood Japan. I had a crash course several years back, so I understand. He smiled as he opened the limo door. Vance would drive, which is one of the reasons I wonder if this arrangement is going to be as simple as we'd hoped. Tanzanmino has a long memory, Michael. He doesn't forgive or forget. I'm sure he still remembers you were responsible for shutting down his cozy CIA arrangement. I thought it was time the company cleaned up its act. But hell, that was almost 8 years ago. That's a mere snap of the fingers in Japanese time, as you well know. Well, fuck him if he can't take a joke. A joke is the one thing he can't take, my friend. He never smiles unless there's a camera around. Look, you say he's agreed to deal. Let's assume for now he means it, but in the meantime we proceed as planned. You trust your mother, but you cut the cards. Nagami settled into the seat and shut the door, then he looked down quizzically. What's this? I didn't notice it before. He reached down and picked up a black leather satchel off the floor, testing its weight. Somehow I've got a feeling it's not a new tie from Harrods. As it happens, that's a little housewarming gift from the Soviet embassy. Part of my deal along with the car. It's registered and legal, or so they tell me. My God. He settled it back on the floor. I must be getting old. Hardware terrifies me these days. I'm not used to working this close to the street anymore. It's only till we take care of business. You handle your end tomorrow and we're both clear, at least for now. If it was really that simple, you wouldn't need this. The point is not to eat this. My friend, if Jiro Sato breaks rank and moves on us, we're going to need 20 of these. And more. Tuesday 9:28 p.m. A KGB security squad was posted at the hotel around 10 o'clock. This morning, Sato-sama, they are armed. Saya, he hissed an exhale of displeasure and leaned forward, an unlit cigarette in his mouth. One of the black-suited Kaban immediately stepped up and flicked a lighter. He inhaled, then leaned back. I'd hoped this could be handled without any fuss, but we still must proceed. Your decisions are always correct, Sato-sama. The second Kaban bowed, but perhaps it might be wise to discuss the possibility of waiting for the backup tea from Tokyo, if only to convince ourselves they are not needed. This office lost much face because of our problems in Greece. There's only one way to regain it. We have to act now. Worst of all, I've lost face too, Jiro-sa. Reminded himself, among my own Kaban, an Oyabun has to lead. The minute he shows weakness, he's through. Buddha only knows what would happen if I lost control here. There's no turning back. An example has to be made of the American med. Lurs, if only to make Nagami-san understand the organization still means business. The Tokyo Oyabun's daring project is going to succeed. In the long run, it's inevitable. The problems now are short-term. But if anything else goes wrong with this office's responsibilities, the Kaban, 5 in all, bowed respectfully. They understood his thoughts as clearly as if they had been projected in neon across the back wall. The office had already lost 3 men. Face was at stake. His problem could not be solved from Tokyo. It was time to draw together. The operation was scheduled to begin at 11 o'clock p.m. sharp. The 5 Kaban had already synchronized their digital watches and stashed their H&A automatics in the 2 gray Fords now waiting in the building's underground garage. No flashy limousines tonight. The operation would be lowest of low profiles. 3 more of their team were already at the hotel, with walkie-talkies, monitoring the entrances. The KGB security in the lobby would be quietly diverted and then neutralized. The guard upstairs would simply be overpowered or taken out with a silencer if the situation got out of hand. Since they are professionals, however, matters rarely went that far. The time had come to move. All five lined up in front of Gyro Sato's massive oak desk and bowed to the waist. Then one by one they filed out. Tuesday, 10:27 p.m. It was going to be a simple operation, that much he was sure of. No violence, no bloodshed. The bottle should take care of the situation. All the same, he had a 9mm automatic in a shoulder holster. Life had taught him that once. Something could go wrong, chances were good that it would. After this one last job, he was going to disappear. The situation had deteriorated far past where any reasonable man would want to touch it. The time had come to bail out and let a chips fall. One more day, that was all. Standing now at the side entrance of the Strand Palace, the small alleyway named Burley that curved around the rear of the hotel and met the main avenue, he pulled his overcoat tighter and glanced down at his Piaget. It read 10:28, time to get started. Everything was synchronized down to seconds. He'd already made sure the service entrance was unlocked. He'd taped the latch on the metal door during the comings and goings of the staff during the evening shift change. Now all he had to do was slip through, and the rest should go like clockwork. In he went. The neon-lit hallway was empty, again according to plan. This was a slow time for all the staff except room service and the kitchen. He slipped off his overcoat and threw it into a large laundry hamper parked halfway down the hall. Underneath, he was wearing the uniform of a Strand Palace security man. He checked his watch. 65 seconds. And at that moment, the door of the service elevator opened and a tall Irishman stepped off. He was wearing the same uniform. It was a Strand Palace security guard, a real one. The worst possible luck. The moment seemed frozen in time. However, one thing was certain. The security guard wasn't fooled for an instant by the intruder. He automatically grabbed one of his trouser legs and knelt with a practiced move, reaching for the holster strapped to his ankle. The intruder was quicker. As the guard dropped down, his knee came up, slamming against the man's square jaw. The Irishman toppled back against the side of the elevator with a groan, but not before his fist lashed out, aimed for the groin. It was a glancing blow. Oh, and it was too late. The intruder chopped down against his neck, disabling his left arm, then slammed his head against the steel strut running down the center of the elevator wall. He groaned and twitched backward. Should I just break his neck, he wondered. Just kill him now? One twist would do it. No, he lectured himself, be a professional. Instead, he rammed the Irishman's head against the steel strut a second time and a third, till he felt the body go fully limp. Not good enough, he told himself, and reached into his pocket for the bottle. The ether was going to get more use than he'd planned. He doused the heavy cloth he'd brought along and shoved it against the fallen figure's nostrils. He continued to hold it on the ruddy face as he closed the elevator door and pushed the button that would take him up. As the lift rose, he checked his watch and smiled to see that his timing was perfect. 10 seconds to go. Tuesday, 10:29 p.m. You bastard! Eva screamed as she slapped Vance with all her might, knocking him against the door of their room. The thin walls shook. Don't ever do that again. He drew up and swung for her, missing and crashing against a chair. Get away for me, you're drunk. She shoved him farther into the room, her voice trembling with anger. Then she wrenched open the hotel room door and stumbled into the hallway. Pomochthia Mni, their KGB guard, Igor Borisovich, was already running down the hall. SHTO, help me. She seized his arm and pulled him in. Mike Vance was standing in the middle of the room, weaving shakily, now grasping a letter opener in his right hand. Get the hell out of here. He started moving on the Russian, brandishing the weapon, but stumbled and had to pause to collect his balance. He drank half a bottle of tequila and went crazy. She was shouting in Russian. Do something? Igor nodded knowingly. He came from a land where alcoholism easily edged out soccer as the national pastime. What is problem? The hulking Soviet moved forward, gingerly trying to retrieve the letter opener from Vance's hand. "Get away from me." Vance shoved him off, and stumbled back. "No, you must give me knife," the Russian demanded. "We want no trouble." Nobody noticed, but the time was 10:30. Exactly, the room was brought up sharp by the sound of the door slamming and a click of the lock. They turned to see a figure wearing a black ski mask and the uniform of a Strand Palace security guard. In his right hand was a 9mm automatic. "Who the hell?" Vance yelled drunkenly. Igor whirled to stare. His hand started for his shoulder holster, but then he thought better of it, and instead he backed slowly against the wall, silently glaring. "Where is it?" the hooded figure demanded as he brandished his pistol toward Eva. "Fuck you, whoever you are," Vance tried to move toward him, still grasping the letter opener. "Shut up." The intruder shoved him backward, sending him sprawling onto the couch. Then he turned to Eva. "Where's the computer?" Almost at that moment he saw it, on the writing table by the window. Without waiting for an answer, he moved quickly and seized it by the handle. After he'd stationed it next to the door, he waved the weapon at Eva again and barked. "Get your things, and all copies of the protocol. Listen, you a son of a bitch," Vance sputtered as he drew himself up and moved again on the intruder. "She's not going anywhere. Now get out of here before I ram that goddamn." The intruder slammed the pistol across his face, sending him crumpling to the floor. But now his back was turned to Igor Borisovich, who lunged. The intruder saw the movement, reflected in the tall mirror above the dressing table. He easily sidestepped the lumbering Russian, then brought the pistol hard against it. Skull. Igor Borisovich groaned and staggered sideways, flailing for balance. The hooded figure seemed prepared. His hand plunged into a pocket, and out came a bottle whose stopper had been replaced by a wadded rag. He flung the contents of the bottle across the Russian's face, then shoved the soaking rag against his mouth and nostrils. Igor Borisovich struggled and clawed limply at his face for a few moments before lapsing unconscious. "You fucker." Vance pulled himself up off the floor, muttering. "Problem?" The intruder glanced at him. "One small one, yeah. You damned near broke my jaw." "This is the theater of the real, my friend," Alex Novosty laughed as he pulled off the ski mask. "If you're going to be kidnapped, it has to look authentic. I'm a professional. I never do these things by halves. Any problem downstairs?" Eva was already collecting her scant belongings. "Yes, one very big problem. I had a small misunderstanding with one of the hotel's security people. The natives here are not friendly. He's on the service elevator now, sound asleep like this one." "Where did you park it?" She opened the room door and looked up and down the hall. "It should still be on this floor. Or I put it on emergency stop, but he's going to wake up any time now and sound the alarm. Then we've got to finish here and get out fast." She slammed the door and turned back. They went to work, quickly turning over chairs, ripping curtains, leaving evidence of a violent struggle. Belongings were strewn across the bed and floor, as though there had been a hasty search. It was done quietly and efficiently, and took about a minute. Novosty thoughtfully positioned his black ski mask in the middle of the floor. Just one more clue in what they hoped would be signs of an abrupt, forced departure. Then they grabbed what they needed, including the Zenith Turbo, locked the door, and made their way down the hallway. The Strand Palace security guard was still on the service elevator, unconscious but beginning to stir. "What do you propose we do with him?" Novosty gave the Irishman a shake. "How about a little more ether?" Eva suggested. She was clasping the Zenith next to her. "And then let's get out of here." He obligingly gave the man a final dose from the almost empty bottle, leaving the rag across his face. By the time he finished, the elevator had reached the service area in the base. And their Soviet limousine was parked in the alley, ready. In seconds they were in it and gone. Tuesday, 10:43 p.m. Michael Vance, Eva Borodin, and Alexei Novosty were luckier than they knew. When they emerged, the Japanese Gyro Sato had stationed at the Burley entrance had momentarily been called away by radio to confer at the Strand corner. Since the alleyway was curved slightly, as London alleys invariably are, the huddled Yakuza team saw nothing but the tinted windows of a limousine with diplomatic license plates speeding past. They paid it no heed. Watches were checked one more time. and then the dark-suited men fanned out. The guard stationed down Burley returned to his post, while the 5 who had been in the Docklands office made their way into the teeming lobby on the Strand. While 2 started up the fire stairs, the other 3 converged on the KGB guard, disarmed him discreetly, and then informed him that he had pressing business outside. He was shoved into one of the waiting Fords, gagged and handcuffed to the steering column. It took less than a minute to neutralize him. Then the 3 returned to the lobby and got on the elevator. On the 8th floor they met the other 2, who had come in from the stairway at the opposite end of the hall. Together they swept the corridors. The KGB guard was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps they pulled the security on this floor, one of them. Ed, or he has gone into the room to piss out some vodka, another suggested. This will be easier than we thought, a third was heard to observe. Together they converged on the room registered in the name of Michael Vance, and then they stood aside as one knocked. When there was no answer, they elected to shoulder it in. As they rushed the room, they were met by a fusillade of automatic pistol fire from a boiling mad KGB security agent, nursing a headache and crouched just inside the bathroom door. Book 2, Chapter 15. Wednesday, 1:09 a.m. Darling, do you think they'll figure out it was a ruse? Who knows? He looked up from stoking the fireplace, where nothing but embers remained. Tanzan Mino may be a genius, but the rest of his Yakuza hoods are not exactly rocket scientists. Ditto T-Directorate's flunkies. With any luck, both sides will think the other ones kidnapped us, and they'll go after each other. That's the idea, at least. Well, we're pretty vulnerable. She kicked off her shoes and leaned back on the couch. Look, after tomorrow Tanzan Mino won't dare send his goons after us, unless he's got something up his sleeve we don't know about. That's just it, she sighed. If he manages to find us, why mince words? If he decides to try and kill us again, what then? Will this Japanese banker friend of yours stick with us? Whose side is he on, I mean really? Well, we're here, aren't we? Nobody knows about. But this place, not even Alex. They had ditched Novosty 3 blocks down the Strand. Trust had its limits. Except, of course, your Japanese banker friend. He knows. The only player we can rely on now is Ken, and he's the only one, particularly after Novosty gets his money, who's got the slightest incentive to hang tough. I'm wondering what's the best way to break the story. We've got to make sure it doesn't get away from us, get lost. He looked up from the fireplace. I've already told you what I think. I say we just go see an editor friend of mine at the Financial Times, give him a big scoop concerning a forthcoming Mino Industries Eurobond offering. We point out there's no collateral at all behind the debentures, and we'll also hint there's more to it. But that angle we save for the Times of London, which will get a nicely translated copy of the protocol. We hit the Godfather with a 1-2 press expose, then make ourselves scarce and let investigative journalism do its thing. Believe me, nobody's going to ignore what could be the biggest story of the decade. After that starts snowballing, Tanzan Mino will have too much on his plate to bother eating us. We'll be out of it. Michael, she sighed, you're a dreamer. You don't really think it's going to be that easy. He rose and joined her on the couch, slipping his arm around her shoulders. Maybe not, but we won't be a sitting targ. We'll keep on the move. Why don't you come and join me on the boat? I may have to postpone visiting with the Stuttgart team down at Fasto's, but we'll find something. It'll be simple. Sounds really simple. All great ideas are basically that way. Well, if life's as simple as you make out, then why did you insist on Alex's friends at the Soviet embassy lending you that thing? She pointed to the black leather satchel stationed next to the fireplace. Guess I'm nervous. He grinned weakly. You mean you're scared? Cut the bull, I'm scared too. She got up, walked over and picked up the leather bag. Now I want you to show me how to work this. What? He didn't like the idea. You sure? Absolutely. We're in this together. She settled the bag down on the carpet, unzipped the top, and drew out an object whose black matte satin finish glistened in the soft glow of the coals. This is an Uzi, right? The tried and true. Major Uziel gals can't? Rebution to the mayhem of the world. He reached over and took it. You know, this is an instrument of sudden death. Do you really want your finger on the trigger? Sweetheart, just tell me what I need to know. She met his gaze. Okay, ha. Here goes. He still hated the thought, for a lot of reasons. The mere sight of an Uzi reminded him of things in the past he preferred to forget. But there clearly was no stopping her. A quick run-through of the care and feeding of your classic assault. Machine. Good. She reached and took it, tugging at the collapsed metal stock a second before turning back to him. By the way, is it loaded? No, but it probably should be. You can take care of that yourself in just a second. But things first. He pointed down. See this thumb button right here on the left top of the grip? Notice there are 3 positions. All the way back is the safety, next is semi-automatic fire, and all the way forward is full auto. There's also a backup safety here at the top rear of the pistol grip. The action stays locked unless it's depressed, which happens when you squeeze down to deliver a round. 2 safeties. Don't knock it. This baby fires 10 rounds a second on full aw. We've only got 5 magazines. How many rounds in a magazine? I insisted on the enlarged 32-round version instead of the usual 25. But still, with that little button forward on full auto, you can empty a mag. A zine in about 3 seconds. It's a good way to get the attention of everybody in the room. Can you actually hold your aim in full auto? Well enough. The recoil's surprisingly minimal. Remember to fire in short bursts and you'll do okay. He pointed down. Now, the cocking handle is this knurled knob here on the top. Notice it's got a slot cut in it so it doesn't block the sights. You yank it back to ready it. And don't forget, always use your left hand to cock the action and change magazines, and you're right to operate the safety selector switch. Got it? Okay, now you're ready to load. He picked one of the black rectangular metal cases out of the leather satchel on the floor. This is a charged mag. A zine. Always cock the action and set the thumb switch to safety before you insert one. She pulled the knob back firmly, then pushed her thumb against the switch. Now feed the magazine into the bottom of the pistol grip. She shoved it in with a lick and it was secured. You're ready to party. Thumb off the safety and it's a go project. How do you take the magazine out when it's empty? She aimed into the fireplace. For a second, he thought she was going to take out a few half-inch logs. There's a release catch on the bottom left side of the pistol grip. Just depress it. And what about the stock? Should I bother? He reached and took it back. You push the butt downward to release it, and then you pull it back like this till it's fully extended and locks. He clicked it into place, a hard sound in the silence of the London night. To retract it, you just depress this locking button here on the left front and fold it back under again. Okay, let me try. He said, taking it back. She folded and unfolded it twice. Think I've got the hang of it, but do I need it? Use it if you want to. I've always thought that when they switched over from the original wooden stock to this metal contraption, they positioned the damned thing too high. You have to bend your head down low to align the sights. My guess is, God forbid you should ever have to use this, you won't have time to bother with it. Speaking of aiming, is this what I think it is? She retrieved a small box-like object from the bag. LS-45 compact laser sight. Probably useless for our purposes, but I figured, what the hell? He reached out for her hand. For now, let's just think of all this hardware as life insurance, something you'd as soon never use. He took the gun and laid it on the tea trolley. In the meantime, why don't we have one last nightcap and go on up to bed? Thought you'd never ask. She kissed him deeply. The four-poster upstairs was canopied, the mattress downy as a cloud. They were both hungry for each other, exhausted but deliriously free. Perhaps it was the same relish with which a condemned prisoner consumes his last meal, the delight in every taste. Renuance. If tomorrow brings the prospect of death, then how much sweeter is life in the short hours before dawn? Wednesday, 2:00 a.m., Kenji Nagami wandered alone through the bond trading floor of Westminster Union Bank, staring at the blank computer screens. His bank was a member of Globex, a 24-hour worldwide trading network for currency futures. But tonight, he'd ordered all his traders to square their positions neither short nor long, and take the night off. Then he had dismissed the cleaning crew. He wanted to have the space entirely to himself to think and to reflect. Time was growing short. He settled in one of the traders' empty chairs, withdrew a stubby Cuban Montic. Risto, a thick no. 2, from the breast pocket of his coat, clipped the pointed end with a monogrammed implement, and swept a wooden match against the floor and up to the tip with a single gesture. If we're going to have a showdown, he thought, I might as well die with a good cigar in hand. Then from another pocket, he took out the telex from Tokyo that had come through just after midnight. The Tokyo Oyabun was in a rare frenzy. Tanzan Mino had never been thwarted like this. Well, only once before, when a certain Michael Vance, Jr., had blown the whistle on his CIA connections. Tanzan Mino was demanding compliance. Somebody had to give in. The obvious question, who'd be the first to blink the were? He can do is kill me, Nagami thought. And he can't do that yet. If something happens to me tonight, he won't get his 100 million tomorrow. But then what? You've gone this far knowing full well the consequences, he told himself. But don't back down now. You're spitting on Jiri, and yet it's the first thing you've ever done in your life that's made you feel free. It's exhilarating. Did Michael arrive safely at the South Kensington flat? He toyed with the idea of calling, but had decided against it. They wouldn't answer the phone. In fact, he never answered it himself when he was there. Thinking about it now, he wondered why he'd ever bothered to have one installed in the first place. He drew on the Monte Cristo. Then studied its perfect ash. Waiting. Nagami-san, Sumimasen. The voice sounded down the empty room, almost an echo. They'd arrived. Finally. Why had it taken so long, Kambanwa? He replied without moving. The cigar remained poised above his head as he continued to examine it. It is an honor to see you. There was no reply, only the sound of footsteps approaching. He revolved in his chair to see Jiro Sato, flanked by 2 of his kabun. I see you are working late, Jiro Sato said, examining the cigar as he nodded a stiff, formal greeting. I deeply apologize for this inconvenience. I was expecting you, Nagami replied, nodding back. Please allow me to make tea. Thank you, but it is not required. Jiro Sato stood before him, gray sunglasses glistening in the fluorescence. One of my kabun was shot and killed tonight, Nagami-san, and 2 more wounded. I want to know where to find that. And send the woman. Now, were they responsible? With deepest apologies, that need not trouble you. He stood ramrod straight. With deepest apologies, Sato-sama, it troubles me very much. Nagami examined his cigar. This entire affair is very troublesome. In times past, I remember a certain prejudice in favor of civility on the part of Tokyo. Have things really changed that much? The moment for soft words is past. Tonight ended that. Nagami drew on his cigar. Assuming you locate Vance, what action do you propose taking? We have one last chance here to deal with this problem. Tomorrow the Oyabun's people arrive, and then they will be in control. The decisions will no longer be ours. Tonight I attempted to salvage the situation and failed. Surely you know what that means for us both. But if you will give me Vance, perhaps we can both still be saved. If you refuse to cooperate, the Oyabun will destroy you. As well as Vance, we both know that. I am offering you a way out. With deepest gratitude, I must tell you it is too late, Sato-sama, which I am sure you realize, Nagami said, drawing on his cigar and taking care not to disturb the ash. So with due respect, I must inquire concerning the purpose of this meeting. I need to locate this man Vance. Before the kabun from Tokyo arrive, if you care about his well-being, then you should remember that his treatment at my hands will be more understanding then. When do they arrive? As I said, we received word that they will be here tomorrow, Nagami-san. With respect, you have befriended a man who is attempting to blackmail the Tokyo Oyabun. That is a career decision which, I assure you, is most unwise. It is made, and I am aware of the consequences, so it would appear we both know all there is to know about the future. Perhaps not entirely. Someone has attempted to make us think Van and the woman were kidnapped. that they are being held somewhere beyond our reach. Perhaps it is true, perhaps it is not. But if the transaction for the 100 million is to take place tomorrow, then he must appear here. The Oyabun's people. Be hereby then. If they are not, we will be. But if he has been kidnapped, Nagami's brow furrowed as he studied his cigar, its ash still growing, then there could be a problem with the transaction. Who do you suppose would want him? Besides the Tokyo Oyabun, that I could not speculate upon. The KGB seems to have a great interest in his activities. Perhaps they are guarding him in some more secure place, or perhaps something else has happened. He bowed. Again, you must forgive me for this rude intrusion. It is important for you to be aware that the situation is not resolved, that you still have a chance to save yourself. The CEO will receive his 100 million if there is no interference. That much I have already arranged for. When that is completed, I will consider my responsibilities discharged. Your responsibilities will never be discharged, Nagami-san. Jiri lasts forever. His voice was cutting. The sooner you realize that, the better. After tomorrow, it will be over, Sato-sama. He stretched out his arm and tapped the inch-long ash into a trash basket beside the desk. Tomorrow, Jiro Sato bowed, it only begins. Wednesday 2:25 a.m. Yuri Andreevich Androv stood facing the bulkhead that sealed the forward avionics bays, feeling almost as though he were looking at a bank vault. As in all high-security facilities, the access doors were controlled electronically. Since the final retrofits were now completed, the Japanese maintenance crews were only working 2 shifts. Nobody was around at this hour except the security guards. He'd told them he'd thought of something and wanted to go up and take a look at the heavy-duty EN-15 turbo pumps, which transferred hydrogen to the scramjets after it was converted from liquid to gaseous phase for combustion. He'd been worrying about their pulse rating and couldn't leap. He'd gone on to explain that although static testing had shown they would achieve operating pressure in 20 milliseconds if they were fully primed in advance, that was static testing, not flight testing, and he'd been unable to sleep. Wondering about the adhesive around the seals. It was just technical mumbo-jumbo, although maybe he should be checking them, he thought grimly. But he trusted the engineering team. He had to. Besides, the pumps had been developed specially for the massive energy booster, and they'd functioned flawlessly in routine launchings of those vehicles at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Of course, at Baikonur, they always were initiated while the Energia was on the launch pad, at full atmospheric pressure. On the Daedalus, they'd have to be powered in during flight, at 60,000 feet and 2,700 miles per hour. But still, the late-night security team had listened sympathetically. They had no objection if Androv wanted it to roll a stair truck under the fuselage of Daedalus / then climb into the underbay and inspect turbo pumps in the dead of night. Everybody knew he was eccentric. No, make that insane. You'd have to be to want to ride a rocket. They just waved him in. After all, the classified avionics in the forward bays were secured. He smiled grimly to think that he'd been absolutely right. Hangar control was getting lax about security in these waning days before the big test. It always happened after a few months of mechanics trooping in and out. That also explained why he now had a full set of magnetic access cards for all the sealed forward bays. Just as he'd figured, the mechanics were now leaving them stuffed in the pockets of the coveralls they kept in their lockers in the changing room. Time to get started. There was, naturally, double security, with a massive airlock port opening onto a pressure bay, where 3 more secure ports sealed the avionics bays themselves. The airlock port was like an airplane door, double reinforced to withstand the near vacuum of space, and in the center was a green metallic slot for a magnetic card. He began trying cards, lipping them into the slot. The first, the second, the third, the fourth, and then payoff. The 3 green diodes above the lock handle flashed. He quickly shoved down the grip and pushed. The door eased inward, then rotated to the side, opening onto the pressure bay. The temperature inside was a constant 5 degrees Celsius, kept just above freezing to extend the life of the sensitive electronic gear in the next 3 bays. The high-voltage sodium lamps along the sides of the fuselage now switched on automatically as the door swung inward. He fleetingly thought about turning them off, then realized they weren't manually operated. Through the clouds of his condensing breath, he could see that the interior of the entry bay. It was a pale military green. The color definitely seemed appropriate, given what he now knew about this vehicle. He quickly turned, and after making sure the outer door could be reopened from the inside, closed it behind him. When it clicked, secure, the sodium lights automatically shut off with a faint hum. Just like a damned refrigerator, he thought, but the dark was what he wanted. He withdrew a small penlight from his pocket and scanned the 3 bulkhead hatches leading to the forward bays. The portside bay on the left contained electronics for the multimode phased array radar scanner in the nose, radar processors, radar power supply, radar transmitters and receivers, Doppler processor, shrouded scanner, tracking mechanism, and an RF oscillator. He knew. He checked the engineering diagrams. He also knew the starboard equipment bay, the one on the right, contained signal processors for the inertial navigation system, INS, the instrument ending system, ILS, the 4-plane hydraulic actuator, the structural mode control system, SMCS, station controller, and the pilot's liquid oxygen tanks and evaporator. The 3rd forward bay, located beneath the other, and down a set of steel stairs, was the one he needed to penetrate. It contained all the computer gear, flight control, navigation, and most importantly, the artificial intelligence, AI, system for pilot interface and backup. He suddenly found himself thinking a strange thought. Since no air-breathing vehicle had ever flown hypersonic, every component in this plane was, in a sense, untested. To his mind, though, that was merely one more argument for shutting down the damned AI system's override functions before he went hypersonic. If something did go wrong, he wanted this baby on manual. He only needed the computer to alert him to potential problems. The solutions he'd have to work out with his own brain and balls. After all, that's why he was there. As he walked down the steel steps, he thumbed through the magnetic cards, praying he had the one needed to open the lower bay and access the computers. Then he began inserting them one by one into the green metallic slot, trying to keep his hands steady in the freezing cold. Finally, one worked. The 3 encoded diodes blinked, and a hydraulic arm automatically slid the port open. Next, the interior lights came on, an orange high-voltage sodium glow illuminating the gray walls. This 3rd bay, like the 2 above it, was big enough to stand in. As he stepped in, he glanced back up the stairs, then quickly resealed the door. Off went the lights again, so he withdrew his penlight and turned to start searching for what he wanted. Directly in front of him was a steel monolith with banks of toggle switches, electrical power controls, communications controls, propulsion system controls, reaction control systems. Okay, that's the command console, which was preset for each flight and then monitored from the cockpit. Now where's the damned onboard AI module? He scanned the bay. The AI system was the key to his plan. He had to make certain the computer's artificial intelligence functions could be completely shut down, disengaged when the crucial moment came. He couldn't afford for the onboard system override to abort his planned revision in the hypersonic flight plan. His job tonight was to make sure all the surprises were his, not somebody else's. There wouldn't be any margin for screw-ups. Everything had to go like clockwork. He edged his way on through the freezing bay, searching the banks of equipment for a clue, and then he saw what he was looking for. There along the portside bulkhead. It was a white rectangular console, and everything about it told him immediately it was what he wanted. He studied it a second, trying to decide where to begin. At that moment, he also caught himself wondering fleetingly how he'd ever gotten into this crazy situation. Maybe he should have quit the Air Force years ago and gone to engineering school like his father had wanted. Right now, he had to admit, a little electrical engineering would definitely come in handy. He took out a pocket screwdriver and began carefully removing the AI console's faceplate. bronzed rectangle. 8 screws later, he lifted it off and settled it on the floor. The penlight revealed a line of chips connected by neat sections of plastic-coated wires. Somewhere in this electronic ganglia, there had to be a crucial node, where he could attach the device he'd brought. It had taken some doing, but he'd managed to assemble an item that should take care of his problem beautifully when the moment came. It was a radio-controlled, electrically operated blade that, when clamped onto a strand of wires, could sever them in an instant. The radio range was 50 meters, which would be adequate. The transmitter, no larger than a small tape recorder, was going to be with him in his flight suit. The instant he switched the turboramjets over to the scramjet mode, he was going to activate it and blow their fucking AI module out of the system. Permanently. He figured he had 10 minutes before one of the security team came looking to see what he was doing. He timed this moment to coincide with their regular tea break. Even the Japanese didn't work around the clock. Now, holding the penlight and shivering from the cold, he began carefully checking the wires. Carefully, so very carefully. He didn't have a diagram of their computer linkages, and he had to make sure he didn't accidentally interrupt the main power source, since the one thing he didn't want to do was disconnect any of the other flight control systems. He wanted to cut in somewhere between the AI module's power supply and its central processor. The power source led in here, and then up the side over to there, a high-voltage transformer, and then out from there. Just after the step-up transformer, and before the motherboard, with the dedicated CPU and I/O. That should avoid any shorting in the main power system and keep the interruption nice and localized. The line was almost an inch thick, double-stranded, copper-grounded with a coaxial sheath. But there was a clear section that led directly down to the CPU. That's where he'd place the blade, and hope it'd at least short-circuit the power feed even if it didn't sever the wires completely. He tested the radio transmitter one last time, making sure it would activate the blade, then reached down and clamped the mechanism onto the wire, tightening it with thumb screws. When it was as secure as he could make it, he stood back and examined his handiwork. If somebody decided to remove the faceplate, they'd spot it in a second, but otherwise quickly, hands trembling from the cold. He fitted the cover back on the module and began lacing the screws with the tiny screwdriver. It wasn't magnetized, a deliberate choice, so the small screws kept slipping between his bulky fingers, a problem made more acute by the numbing cold. 3 screws to go, then he heard the noise, footsteps on the aluminum catwalk in the pressure bay above. Shit. He kept working as fast as he could, grimly holding the screws secure and fighting back the numbness and pain in his freezing fingers. Only one more. Above, he could hear sounds of someone checking each of the equipment bays, methodically opening and then resecuring them. First, the starboard side bay was opened and closed, then the port side bay. Now he heard footsteps advancing down the metal stairs leading to the computer bay. They were 5 seconds away from discovering him. The last screw was in. He tried to stand and realized his knees were numb. He staggered backward, grabbing for something to steady himself, and the light came on. Yuri Andreevich, so this is where you are. What are you doing here? It was the gravel voice of his father. He felt like a child again, caught with his hand in his pants. What should he do? Tell the truth? I'm checking over the consoles, Passy. The time, I couldn't sleep. Don't lie to me. Andrei Androv's ancient eyebrows gathered into the skeptical furrow Yuri knew so well. You're up to something, another of your tricks. Yuri stared at him a moment. How had he known? Sixth sense? Moi idiots, why are you here? You should be getting your sleep. I'm an old man. An old man worries. I had a feeling you might be in here tonight, tinkering with the vehicle. You told me you were planning something. I think the I'm has come to tell me what it is. Yuri took a deep breath and looked him over. No, it was too risky for them both. His secret had to be ironclad. It's better if you don't know. As you wish, the old man sighed. But if you do something foolish, I damned sure intend to try. He met his father's steely gaze. "So did you do it?" Andrei Androv examined him, his ancient face ashen beneath his mane of white hair. "Did you manage to sabotage the AI mod?" Jules, he caught himself laughing out loud. Whatever else, his father was no fool. He'd been a Russian too long to believe anything he heard or half of what he saw. Intrigue was a way of life for him. "Let's go. They'll come looking for us." This is the wrong place to be found." "You're right. Go back to the West Quadrant. Listen to a string quartet." He opened the port and waited for his father to step out. Then he followed, closing it behind them. "There's no reason for you to be involved. Heads are going to roll, but why should yours be one of them?" Andrei Petrovich Androv moved lightly up the metal stair, the spring in his step belying his age. At the top he paused and turned back. "You're acting out of principle, aren't you, Yuri? For once in your life." "I guess you could say that." He smiled, then moved on up the steps. "Someday the Russian people will thank you. Someday, though I may not live to see it." Andrei Androv stopped, his ancient eyes tearing as his voice dropped to a whisper. "Of all the things you've ever done, my son, nothing could make me more proud of you than what you just said. I've thought it over, about the military uses for this vehicle, and I think a future of the world is about to be rewritten here. You must stop them. You're the only chance we have left." Book 2, Chapter 16. Wednesday, 10:05 a.m. The limousine had already left the Savoy and was headed down the Strand when Alex Novosty broke the silence. He leaned forward, pushed the button on the two-way microphone linking a passenger compartment to the driver, and spoke in Russian. "Igor Borisovich, there's been an alteration in our plans. We will not be going to Westminster Union. Take us to Moscow Narodny Bank, the trading branch on St. Within's Lane. Shtov Skazale?" Igor, still nursing his head from the kidnapping, glanced into his rearview mirror. "The bank's main office is on King William Street. We always just do as you're told." Novosty cut him off, then killed the mic. Vera Karanova stared at him, her dark eyes flooding with concern. "But you said the transaction was scheduled for Westminster Union Bank this morning at 10:30. That was merely a diversion." Novosty leaned back. "The actual arrangement is turned around, for security reasons." "I don't like this." Her displeasure was obvious and mounting. "There is no reason. It's better, I assure you." He withdrew a white tin of Balkan Sobrany cigar Rets from his coat, snapped it open, and withdrew one. Made of fine Turkish yenage tobacco, they were what he always smoked on important days. This was an important day, as he flicked his lighter and drew in the first lungful of rich oak. He thought about how much he hated the dark-haired woman seated beside him, dressed in a gray Armani business suit, sable coat, Cartier jewelry. The bad blood between them traced back over 5 years, beginning with a teed. A rectorate reshuffle in which she'd moved up to the number 3 slot, cutting him out of a well-deserved promotion. The rumor going around Dzerjinsky Square was that she'd done it by making the right connections, so to speak. It was the kind of in-house screw job Alex Novosty didn't soon forget, forgive. Their black limo was now passing the Royal Courts of Justice, on the left, headed onto Fleet Street. Ahead was Cannon Street, which intersected the end of St. Swithin's Lane. Just a few blocks more. After today, he fully intended never to see her again. "We've arranged for the transaction to take place through MNB's bond trading desk," Novosty continued, almost as though to nobody in particular. "Michael and I have taken care of everything. Who approved this change?" She angrily gripped the handrest. "I did," Novosty replied sharply. "We're in charge." He masked a smile, pleased to see her upset. The morning traffic was now almost at a standstill, but they would be on time. After all, he still has the money. And for all you know, he may be in Brazil by now. Perhaps that's the reason he and the woman disappeared last night, with the help of an accomplice. Who assaulted Igor Borisovich? "Michael will be there," Novosty said. "Have no fear. He's not going anywhere till this is finished." After this is completed, she said matter-of-factly, he will be finished. I hope you have planned for... Novosty glanced over, wondering what she meant. Had all the surprises been covered? He hoped so, because this deal was his gateway to freedom. The 2 million commission would mean a new beginning for him. Wednesday, 10:18 a.m. Ken. Jinagami sat upright at his wide oak desk, waiting for the phone to ring. How would Michael play it? Admittedly, it was smart to keep everything close to the chest, but still. He would have felt better if Michael Vance, Jr., had favored him with a little more trust. On the other hand, keeping the details of the operation under wraps as long as possible was probably wise. It minimized the chance for some inadvertent slip-up. Yes, it was definitely best, because he was staring across his desk at 4 of Tanzan Mino's Tokyo Kaban, all dressed in shiny black leather jackets. They'd arrived at the Docklands office just after dawn, announcing they were there to hand-deliver the money to Tokyo. Jiro Sato had directed them to Westminster Union. The 4 all carried black briefcases, which did not contain business papers. They intended to accomplish their mission by whatever means necessary. Jiro Sato, the London Oyabun, had not been invited to send his people along with them this morning. He was now humiliated and disgraced, officially removed from the operation, on Tokyo's orders. The regional office had failed, so Tokyo had sent in a Minogumi version of the Delta Force. They clearly had orders concerning what to do with Michael Vance. He didn't like this new twist. For everything to go according to plan, violence had to be kept out of it. There was no way he and Michael could go head-to-head with street enforcers. If Michael was thinking of doing that, the man was crazy. He glanced at his gold Omega, noting that it read 10:19. In 11 more minutes, he'd know how Michael intended to run the scenario. But whatever happened, he wasn't going to be intimidated by these Kaban hoods, dark sunglasses and automatics notwithstanding. Those days were over. Michael had given him a perfect opportunity to start building a new life. He didn't care if all hell was about to break loose. Wednesday, 10:23 a.m., Polavina Deceit. She examined him with her dark eyes. Novosty nodded. They will be here at 10:30, that is the schedule. He was feeling nervous, which was unusual, and he didn't like it. Whenever he got that way, things always started going off the track. They were now in the paneled elevator, heading up to the 6th floor of the Moscow Narodny Bank. The 100 million had been held over in the vault of Victoria Courier Service Limited, which was scheduled to deliver the satchels this morning at 10:30 sharp. The location for the delivery, however, was known only to him and to Michael Vance. He wanted to be sure and arrive there ahead of the money. He also would have much preferred being without the company of Vera Karanova. One thing you had to say for Michael: he'd arranged the deal with great finesse. He didn't trust anybody. Until he notified Victoria Courier this morning, nobody knew where the money would be taken, not even the Japanese banker Nagami. Still, the instruments were negotiable, leaving the possibility of trouble if the timing went sour. He intended to make sure it didn't. The planning had been split-second up until now. This was no moment to relax his guard. Yes, it was good he was here. As he studied Comrade Karanova, he realized that something about her was still making him uneasy. So far, it was merely a hunch, but his hunches had been right more often than he liked to think. He tried to push the feeling aside, probably just paranoia. She obviously was here today for the same reason he was, to make sure the Soviet money was returned safely. She probably was also still worried about the protocol, but that problem was hers, not his. From today on, the KGB would have to work out their infighting back home the best way they could. The ground rules were changing fast in Moscow. Besides, Dzержinski Square was about to become part of a previous life for him. If he could just clear this up, get his commission, he'd be set. Forever, enough was enough. Maybe he'd end up in the Carib. Ian, like Michael, drinking margaritas and counting string bikinis. The elevator door opened. Facing them were Michael Vance and Eva Borodin. Glad you could make it. Vance glanced coldly at Vera. Right on time. The money arrives, eh? In exactly 7 minutes. She nodded a silent greeting, pulling her sable coat tighter as she strode past. The bank officials lined up along the corridor watched her with nervous awe. Even in London, T-Directorate brass had clout. They moved as a group down the long, carpeted hallway leading to the counting room. On this floor, everything was high security, with uniformed guards at all the doorways. Negotiable instruments weren't handled casually. Wednesday, 10:30 a.m., an armored van with VCS, Limited, lettered on its side, pulled up to the black marble front of Moscow Narodny Bank's financial trading branch on St. Swithin's Lane. Everything was on schedule. They're here. Eva was itching from the narrow window. St. Swithin's Lane down below, virtually an alley, was so narrow it could accommodate only one vehicle at a time. Across was Bank Worms, its unicorn insignia staring out, its lobby chandeliers glowing. Nobody there even bothered to notice. Just another armored truck interrupting the view. Then 3 blue-uniformed guards emerged from the cab and approached the rear doors from both sides, .38s in unsnapped holsters. Mr. Vance, they had better have the money, all of it. Vera stepped over to the window and followed Eva's gaze down. It'll be there. For your sake, I hope so, she replied as she turned back. Just hang around and watch, Vance said. Just one more day, he told himself. One more lousy day. We'll have enough of the protocol translated by tomorrow, the press package ready, and we drop it on the papers and blow town. From the hallway outside, a bell chimed faintly as the elevator opened a private lift that came directly up from the lobby. When he heard the heavy footsteps of the couriers, accompanied by MNB guards, he stepped over and quickly glanced out. The 2 blue suits were each carrying a large satchel handcuffed to the left wrist. Obviously, the third had stayed downstairs, guarding the van. This way. The heavy-jowled director of the MNB bond trading desk stepped out and motioned them in. The play was on. Kenji Nagami's issue. Mino Industries debentures had been registered with the Issuing House Association the previous day. This morning, they would be acquired by Vance, using a wire transfer between the Moscow Narodny Bank on St. Swithin's Lane and Westminster, a Union Bank's bond desk. After that, there would be a second transaction, whereby Sumitomo Bank Limited would accept the debentures as security for a loan of $100 million, to be wire transferred back to Westminster Union. And from there, to Moscow Narodny Bank. Everything had been prearranged. The whole transaction would require only minutes, unless there was a glitch. Vance had fully expected that Tanzan Mino would send a welcoming committee to Nagami's premises, which was why he'd arranged for the money to be delivered here at Moscow Narodny's side street branch. He figured the Soviets at least would play it straight. KGB wanted its file closed. Then, too, Eva still had the protocol. There. Backup insurance policy, Mr. Vance. Vera Karanova watched as the 2 security men unlatched their satchels and began withdrawing the bundles of open cashier's checks and bearer bonds. I want to recount these securities now. Our double-counted tal is already prepared, he pointed toward the bundles, yesterday by the main branch of Moscow Narodny. The printouts are attached. That was their count, she replied. I intend to make my own before we go any further. Which means time lost, he thought. Doesn't she realize we've got to get this cash recycled, those bonds purchased and in place, before Tanzan Mino's Kaban have a chance to move on us? If the deal to acquire Ken's new Mino Industries debentures doesn't go through, giving us something to hold over the Godfather's head, she's literally playing into his hands. The instruments are all here, all negotiable, and all ready to go, he said, stealing a quick glance. Award Eva. One look at her eyes told him she also sensed trouble brewing. Now, we're damn well going to move and move fast. We credit the funds here, then wire them to Westminster Union. And by God, we do it immediately. Mr. Vance, you are no longer giving the orders, she replied sharply. I'm in charge here now. As a matter of fact, I have no intention of wiring the money anywhere. There will be no purchase of debentures. As far as I'm concerned, it has now been returned. She paused for emphasis. But first we will count it. Vera, my love, Eva said, cutting her off. If you try and double-cross us, you're making a very big mistake. You seem to forget we've got that protocol. What we didn't get around to telling you is that we've deciphered it. That's right. As it happens, I don't think you're going to like what it's got to say, but you might at least want to know the story before you read about it in the tie. It's day after tomorrow. Alex Novosty's face had turned ashen. Michael, Tanzan Mino's people are probably headed here by now, unless they go to the main office on King William Street first. He was nervously glancing out the wind. Oh, we're running out of time. The game's about to get rough, Vance thought. Better take charge. But before he could move, Novosty was gripping a Ruger P-85, a lightweight 9mm automatic, pulled from a holster under the back of his jacket. He'd worn it where the MNB guards would miss it. The two Victoria couriers were caught flat-footed. Bankers weren't supposed to start drawing weapons. They stared in astonishment as he gestured for them to turn and face the wall. "Michael," he said as he glanced over, "would you kindly give me a hand and take those 2.38s? We really must get this party moving." Vera Karanova was smiling a thin smile. "I don't know how far you think you'll get with this. We seem to be working toward different objectives," Novosty answered. "Michael has a solution to everybody's problem. I regret very much you've chosen not to help facilitate it." The only problem he solved was yours, she shot back. Mr. Vance devised what amounts to an enormous check-kiting scheme. You two plan to perpetrate fraud. You're nothing better than criminals, both of you, and I intend to make sure you haven't also given us a Ort count. Comrade, fraud is a harsh word, Vance interjected. You are not as amusing as you think, she replied. Humor makes the world go round. This is not a joke. The negotiable instruments in this room are Soviet funds. I intend to make sure those funds are intact. There will be a full and complete count. Now, she's gone over the edge, he told himself. She's definitely going to try and screw us, either wittingly or unwittingly. But who in the room is going to help her? That huddled group of Russian bankers now staring terrified at Novosty's 9mm. Not damned likely. She's improvising on her own. But her little stunt could well end up sinking the ship. The two couriers were now spray it against the brown, textured fabric of the wall, legs apart. He walked over and reached into the leather holsters at their hips, drawing out their revolvers. They were snub-nosed Smith & Wesson bodyguards, .38 caliber. He looked them over, cocked them, and handed one to Eva. How about covering the door? I think it's time we got down to business and traded some bonds. With pleasure. She stepped over and glanced out. It was clear. What do you think, Alex? Vance turned back. Words going around there's a hot new issue of Mino Industries Zero coupons coming out today. What do you say we go long? In for 100. Just take the lot. I heard the same rumor this very morning. He smiled. You're right. My instincts say it's a definite buy. Fine. Vance turned to MNB's jowled branch chief. We'd like to do a little trading here this morning. Mind getting the bond desk at Westminster Union on the line? El Nagami were good for 100 in Mino Industries debentures, the new issue, at par. Michael. It was Eva's voice, suddenly alarmed. What? We've got company. They look like field reps. Good God. Novosty strode to the door and looked out. A group of 4 leather-jacketed Japanese were headed down the hallway, 2 disarmed MNB guards in front. Also with them was Kenji Nagami. Turning back, he looked imploringly at Vance. What do we do? Figure they came prepared. He waved toward Eva. Better lose that .38. Put it on the table for now. Maybe we can still talk this thing through. She nodded, then stepped over and laid her weapon beside the bundles of securities. Vance took one last look at the Smith and Wesson in his own hand and did the same. Even ex-archaeologists could do arithmetic. All this time Vera Karanova had said nothing. She merely stood watching the proceedings with a detached smile. Finally she spoke. Now we can proceed with the counting, she said calmly. Maybe you don't fully grasp the situation here, comrade. Vance stared at her. Those gorillas aren't dropping in for tea. We've got to stand together. She burst out laughing. Mr. Vance, you are truly naive. No, you're worse. You actually thought you could sabotage the most powerful new global alliance of the 20th century. Her dark eyes were gradually turning glacial. It will not be out to happen, believe me. My God, he realized, that's why she wanted to get her hands on the protocol, to deep six it. She's been biding her time, stringing us along. And today she managed to stall us long enough for Mino's boys to figure out the switch. She's no longer working for T-Directorate. She's part of Tanzan, Mino's operation. All this time she's been working with them. The negotiable certificates in this room will be delivered to their rightful recipient. By his personal jet, she continued. Today, over my dead body. He found himself thinking it might well be true. No, Mr. Vance, not exactly. Your contribution will be more substantial than that. He was speechless for the first time. The Russian bankers in the room were taken totally by surprise. Double-dealing KGB games had always been part of the landscape, but this was confusing in the extreme. Whose money was it anyway? Michael. Novosty's voice was trembling. This cannot be allowed to happen. I agree. We've definitely got a situation here. He glanced around to see the 4 Minogumi Kabun poised in the doorway, all with H&K automatics now out of their brief cases. Kenji Nagami was standing behind them, his eyes defeated. Novosty still looked stunned. The range of options was rapidly narrowing to none. Vera indicated his Ruger. You would be wise to put that away now. If they take these securities, my life's not worth a kopeck. Novosty seemed to be thinking out loud. What does it matter? It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Remembering it all later, Vance could barely recall the precise sequence of events. He did. It remember shoving Eva back against the wall as the fireworks began. Novosty's first round caught the lead Minogumi Kabun squarely between the eyes. As he pitched backward, arms flailing, he tumbled against the others, giving Novosty time to fire again. With deadly accuracy, he caught another in the chest. Kenji Nagami had already thrown himself on the thick hallway carpet, safely avoiding the fusillade. The Russian bankers, too, had all hit the floor, along with the MB guards and the 2 couriers. Then came a shot with a different sound, the dull thunk of a silencer. Novosty jerked in surprise, pain spreading through his eyes. The silencer thunked again and again. It was Vera Karanova. She was holding it. Mall .22 caliber Walther PP with a specially equipped silencer, and her aim was flawless. Novosty had 3 slugs arranged neatly down the side of his head before he even realized what was happening. He collapsed forward, never knowing whose hand had been on the gun. She's probably wanted to get rid of him for years, Vance thought fleetingly. She finally got her golden opportunity, the double-crossing bitch. He briefly considered grabbing back one of the .3/8s and avenging Alex then and there, but he knew it would be suicidal. Alex, no, Eva's voice sobbed. Both of you, hands on the wall. Comrade Karanova was definitely in charge. Michael, Eva said, turning to comply. What happened to our well-laid plans? Looks like too little, too late. He stretched beside her. What did she mean just now about our contribution? Probably the protocol. My guess is she wants to see it destroyed. Let's hope that'll be the end of it. The Godfather's got his money, and Alex's problem is solved permanently. Now Kenji Nagami was entering the room, an island of zen-like calm amidst all the bedlam. Michael, I'm so sorry. He stepped over. And the money didn't show up as scheduled. They called Jiro Sato, and he suggested they try here. There was nothing I could do. Vance nodded. That's how I figured it'd be played. We didn't move fast enough on this end. It was my fault. Ooh, bad. We came close. He sighed. But I'm not going to underwrite the rest of those bogus debentures. He'll have to kill me. And he'll probably do just that. The hell with it. You tried, we all tried. Now it looks like Tanzan. Eno's scam is going to go through whether we play or not. You might as well save your own skin. With any luck, we can still sort out our end. But you're going to have to be dealing with that bastard for years to come. Think about it. I'm still deciding, he said finally. Let's wait and see how things go. Alex opted for suicide. You shouldn't follow his lead. I'm not suicidal. He stepped back as Vera proceeded to pat them down. I think very careful. About my options. Get the money. She was directing the 2 remaining Minogumi Kaban toward the table. "And I just robbed the bank now, comrade." Vance turned and looked at her, then at the 3 bodies strewn on the floor. The Kaban seemed to consider their late colleagues merely casualties of war. The dead men received almost no notice. Pretty costly little enterprise, wouldn't you say? Not a very propitious start for your new era of world serenity. "You would be advised to shut up," she responded sharply. "I feel personally violated by all this." Nagami had turned to her, and his voice was like steel. "As of this moment, you can put out of your mind any illusion I might cooperate. Further, this outrage is beyond acceptability." "We did what had to be done," Vera said. "We still expect your cooperation, and I do not think we will be disappointed." "Then your expectation is sadly misplaced," he replied icily. His eyes signified he meant every word. "We will see." She dismissed him as she turned her attention to the money. The 2 Kaban had carefully removed their shiny black leather jackets now and laid them on the table. Underneath, they wore title tailored white shirts, complete with underarm holsters containing 9mm llamas. The automatics were back in their briefcases, positioned by the door. Stripped down for action, they were quickly and professionally tallying the certificates. And handling the open cashier's checks and the other the bearer bonds. Guess they intend to keep a close eye on the details, Vance thought. Well, screw them. We've still got the protocol, we've got some leverage left, but he was having trouble focusing on the future. He was still in shock from the sight of Novosty being gunned down in cold blood. Alex's abrupt death was a tragic end to an exceptional, if sometimes dubious, career. He'd really wanted Novosty to make this one last. The man deserved it. He was an operator who lived at the edge, and Vance had always admired players who put everything on the table, no matter which side. Well, he told himself, the scenario had come close, damned close. But me? Maybe it was doomed from the start. You only get so many chances to tempt the fates. Today, everybody's number came up, Alex's for the last time. Rest in peace, Alexei Ilyich. Then Vera turned back to them. Now, I want the computer. We know it was moved to the house in Kensington, but our search this morning did not locate it. So they were on to us from the start, Vance realized. Looks like you've got a problem. He strolled over and plopped down in one of the straight-backed chairs along the opposite wall. Too bad. No, you have a problem. She examined him confidently. Because if those materials are not returned to us, we will be forced to take actions you may find harsh. Give it your best shot, he went on, glancing at Eva and hoping they could keep up the bravado. Because we've got a few cards in our hand, too. Forget the money, that's history now, but we could still be in a position to blow your whole project. Hi. You two are the only ones outside our organization who know about the protocol. That knowledge will not be allowed to go any farther. Don't be so sure. For all you know, we've already stashed a copy somewhere. Left with that if anything happens to either one of us, the package gets sent to the papers. Made public. Think what some premature headlines would do for your little project. We have thought about it, Mr. Vance. That contingency has been covered. Well, if I don't know what the other players got, I tend to trust my own cards. But why play at all? He suddenly found himself musing. Fold this hand and go for the next move. Before leaving Crete, he transmitted a copy of the protocol, still in its encrypted form, to his office computer in Nassau. At the time, it had merely seemed like prudence. Now it might turn out to be a lifeline. One phone call, and it could be transmitted back here this very afternoon. A magic of satellites in space. Knock out another quick translation and they'd only have lost one day. What the hell? Use that as a fallback position. Time, that's all it would take, just a little more time. But what does it matter? The game's up anyway. He nodded toward Vera, then turned to Eva, sending her a pointed signal. What was it Shakespeare said about discretion and valor? She concurred, understanding exactly what he was thinking. The man knew when to fish and when a cut bait. True enough, shall you tell them or shall I? You can do the honors. She walked over and picked up her briefcase. You didn't really think we'd leave it, did you, comrade? So just take it and good riddance. A little gift fra the NSA. Who says America's getting stingy with its foreign aid? Comrade Karanova motioned for the two Kaban to take the case. See if it's there. As they moved to comply, Vance found himself wondering if this really was going to turn off the heat. Somehow it no longer seemed adequate. Hi, so, he grunted through his teeth as he lifted it. Something is here. Vance noticed that 2 digits of the little finger on his left hand were missing, along with another digit on his ring finger. Good thing Ken was never a street man, he thought fleetingly. Guess bankers get to pay for their mistakes with something besides sections of fin jur. Then take it out, Vera commanded. We are running out of time. You've got that? Right, lady, Vance thought. 3 men were just killed. That personal Boeing of Tanzan Mino's better be warming up its Pratt and Whitneys right now. London's about to get too hot for you. One of the Kaban withdrew the Zenith. He placed it on the mahogany table, then unlatched the top and lifted it up, only to stare at the blank gray screen, unsure what he was supposed to do next. Vera knew. She reached for the switch on the side and clicked it on, then stood back and turned to Eva. Call up the file. I want to see if you have really broken the encryption the way you said. Truth time, she laughed, then punched up the translation. Project Daedalus, and there it was. Comrade Karanova studied it a moment, as though not quite believing her eyes, but she plainly had seen it before. Congratulations, we were sure no one would be able to break the encryption, not even you. She glanced around. You are very clever. Okay, Vance interjected. I'm sure we all have better things to do this morning, so why don't you take the damned thing and get out of here? It's what you wanted. Just go and we'll all try and forget any of this ever happened. She flipped down the computers. Crean then turned back. Unfortunately, nothing is ever that simple. I'm sorry to have to tell you too that we haven't seen the last of each other. She paused, then continued. In fact, we are about to become much better acquainted. What? Ooh, you mean? You once told me back when we met on the plane from Athens you would welcome that. You should be happy that your wish is now about to be granted. You both are going to be our guests. That's kind of you. He stared at her, startled, but we can probably bear up to the separation. No, I must insist. You were right about the difficulties. Your death now would be awkward for a number of reasons. Alex will be trouble enough to explain, but that is purely an internal Soviet matter. Moscow Narodny can cover it. However, eliminating you two would raise awkward inquiries. On the other hand, you represent a security risk to the project. Consequently, we have no option. Surely you understand. He understood all too well. This was the one turn he hadn't figured on, almost 8 years. It had been that long ago. But what had Ken said? The Tokyo Oyabun never forgot. What this really meant was that Tanzan Mino wanted to settle the score firsthand. What did he have planned? Vance had a sudden feeling he didn't want to know. It was going to be a zero-sum game. Everything on the table and winner take all. The Uzi. The goddamn Uzi. Why hadn't they brought it? It was ill back in Kensington, where they'd stashed it in the false bottom of a new suitcase. But if the Mino Gumi had been searching only for a computer, maybe they'd missed it. So Tanzan Mino's hoods could still be in for a surprise. Just make an excuse to go back. Vera was aware Uzi had been part of their deal for the limo, but maybe that fact had momentarily slipped her mind. What with all the important things she had to think about. Or maybe she'd assumed Alex had kept it, or maybe she thought it was still in the car. Whatever she thought, things were moving too fast now. I get the picture, he said, rising from his chair. With a carefully feigned nonchalance, he strolled over to the table. Guess it's time we got our toothbrushes. You won't have to bother, Mr. Vance, Vera continued. Your suitcases were sent to the plane an hour ago. We found them conveniently packed. Don't worry. Everything has already been taken care of. Okay, scrat. The Uzi. Looks like it's now or never. Settle it here. He shot a glance at Eva, then at Ken, trying to signal them. They caught it and they knew. She began strolling in the direction of Vera, who was now standing in the doorway as though readying to depart. We appreciate the snappy service, Vance said. He looked down at the computer, then bent over. When he came up, it was in his right hand, sailing in an arc. He brought it around with all his might, aimed for the nearest Japanese carbon. He was on target, catching the man squarely in the stomach. With a startled, disbelieving look, the Japanese stumbled backward, crashing over a large chair positioned next to the table. The other carbon instantly reached for his holstered llama, but by then Kenji Nagami had moved, seizing him and momentarily pinning his arms with a powerful embrace. For her own part, Eva had lunged for Vera and her purse to neutralize the walther she carried. Imrad Karanova, however, had already anticipated everything. She whisked back the purse, then plunged her hand in. What she withdrew, though, was not a pistol but a shiny cylindrical object made of glass. It was 3 against 3. A snapshot of desperation. "We've got a chance," Vance thought. "Keep him down. And get the llama." As the carbon tried to rise, gasping, Vance threw himself over the upturned chair, reaching to pin the man's arms. With a bear-like embrace, he had the body small and muscular in his arms. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kenji Nagami still grappling with the other carbon. The computer now lay on the floor, open and askew. "Where's Eva?" He tried to turn and look for her, but there was no sound to guide him. Then the carbon wrenched free one arm and brought a fist against the side of his face, diverting him back to matters at hand. "Hold him down. Just get the gun." He tried to crush his larger frame against the other's slim body, forcing the air out of him. "Focus." But the wiry man was stronger than he looked. With a twist, he rolled over and pinned Vance's shoulders against the carpet. Vance felt the shag, soft against his skin, and couldn't believe how chilly it felt. But now he had his hand on the carbon's throat, holding him in a powerful grip while jamming a free elbow against the holster. Cut off his oxygen. Don't let him breathe. The old moves were coming back, the shortcuts that would bring a more powerful opponent to submission. He pressed a thumb against the man's windpipe, shutting off his air. A look of surprise went through the carbon's eyes as he choked, letting his hold on Vance's shoulders slacken. Now, he shoved the man's arm aside and reached for the holster. Then his hand closed around the hard grip of the llama. The Japanese was weaker now, but still forcing his arm away from the gun, preventing him from getting the grip he needed. He rammed an elbow against the man's chin, then tightened his finger on the grip of the llama. He almost had it. With his other hand, he shoved the carbon's face away, clawing at his eyes, and again they rolled over, with the Japanese once more against a carpet. But now he had the gun and he was turning. He felt a sharp jab in his back, a flash of pain that seemed to come from nowhere. It was both intense and numbing, as though his spine had been caught in a vise. Then he felt his heart and strict, his orientation spin. He rolled to the side, flailing an arm to try and recover his balance, but the room was in rotation, his vision playing tricks. The one thing he did see was Vera Karanova standing over him, a blur. Image his mind tried vainly to correct. Her face was faltering, the indistinct outlines of a desert mirage. Was she real, or was he merely dreaming? Now the room was growing serene, a slow-motion phantasmagoria of pastel color. Then soft, muted sounds. He tried to reach out, but there was nothing. Instead, he heard faint music, dulcet beckoning tones. The world had entered another dimension, a seamless void. He wanted to be part of its emptiness, to swat himself in the cascade of oblivion lifting him up. A perfect repose was drifting through him, a wave of darkness. He heard his own breathing as he was buoyed into a blood-red mist. He was floating, on a journey he had long waited to take, to a place far, far away,